Trade, 3 insights for leaders at netsuite.com/Ramsey.
Does having more money and less stress sound nice, but feel impossible? Well, in my brand new book, Breaking Free from Broke, I share my story of going from broke to millionaire and exactly how I did it. You'll learn about the money traps and cultural lies out there designed to keep you brainwashed and stressed out, from credit card schemes to mortgage myths to investing traps. So if you're not where you want to be financially, I can help you finally get ahead. You can get Breaking Free from Broke today at RamseySolutions.com/store. That's RamseySolutions.com/store.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News. Now.
Good afternoon. It is 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. The fragile ceasefire between Israel and Iran appears to be holding for now, but earlier today both sides launched strikes against one another. Iran claimed it didn't, but Israel said it did, and that it killed 4 people in southern Israel. Israel then launched their own strikes that it called retaliatory. And this is there a question as to how much of Iran's nuclear program was actually decimated by the U.S. strike over the weekend. At the State Department, spokesperson Tammy Bruce said she agreed with President Trump's assessment that it was totally destroyed.
Regarding the issue that was in the forefront of the president's mind, that he made clear over and over again that they will not have a nuclear weapon. And now they will not have a nuclear weapon.
A member of the Iranian parliament says that Iranian officials will no longer comply with international nuclear inspectors. She will continue to wait for answers, so says Arizona Congresswoman Yasamin Ansari, after the Trump administration postponed a briefing for members of Congress on the U.S. strikes against Iran's nuclear program. Ansari tells CNN she's heard a very loud and clear message.
My constituents don't want to see the United States take military action like this when it's not our conflict or our wars.
Ansari, who is Iranian American, says she hopes the ceasefire between Israel and Iran will hold. A little game of chicken at the Arizona legislature over the 2026 budget. KTAR's Heidi Hummel joins us live in the News Center with an update.
The State House is refusing to take up the budget passed in the Senate last week, opting to pass a continuation budget instead. In committee, Appropriations Chair David Livingston urged members to pass the continuation budget now, and they could reconvene in a special session later this summer to fully fund other priorities.
Maybe we have an education special session, and we come back for education, which would include universities, K-12.
The government will shut down on June 30th without a final budget, and the Senate has already adjourned for the summer. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
The House is expected to vote on the continuation budget later today. Well, the Arizona House has approved a more than $1 billion measure to improve Chase Field. Vince Marotta, host of the Bickley and Marotta Show on Arizona Sports, says this deal secures the team in Phoenix.
It seemed a little bit perilous because of what we've seen around Major League Baseball as well. You know, the A's relocating after 20 years of battling for a new stadium. They broke ground on a new place in Vegas today. I think it was certainly headed in that direction. I can't say it was perilously close.
The stadium's lease expires at the end of the season in 2027. That legislation now goes to Governor Katie Hobbs' desk. In a statement, the governor says it's a huge win for every Arizonan. You can read the details of the deal on arizonasports.com. And D-backs president and CEO Derek Hall calls the passage of the bill a monumental victory for baseball and D-backs fans when Governor Hobbs signs it. Hall says now the team can shift its focus to a lease extension negotiation with the county. Technology partly accounts for a growing number of abortions in the U.S.
The number of abortions in the U.S. grew last year as more women got pills through telehealth. That from a report by the We Count Project for the Society of Family Planning. 1 in 4 abortions uses medications prescribed by a provider who does not see the patient in person. It was 1 in 20 before the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade in 2022. The number may explain why another recent study found that fewer women crossed state lines for abortions last year than the year before.
That's ABC's Chuck Sievertson. Checking on traffic for us now. Here's Bill O'Neill live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Things not looking too bad out there right now, Becky. We do have a crash. This is Loop 101 on the southbound side at Union Hills Drive in Glendale. Otherwise, as I said, we're moving around pretty nicely right now. Traffic is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Bill O'Neill, KTAR News.
Well, today we're expecting a high temp around 103, a low tonight of 78, and tomorrow 105. Yeah, we're going to stay under 110 all week long, it looks like. Right now in Apache Junction, 99 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizenga.
It's the Chris and Joe Show.
KTAR News.
Hey, my friends. Great to talk with you. Chris Merrill, Joe Huizenga. Hi, Joe.
Hello, Chris.
Hey, buddy. Hey.
How you doing? What's up?
Hey, I was out last week. Did you talk budget? Did you talk about the Arizona budget?
We kind of sandwiched the week. The budget was the bread. We led with the budget, and we closed with the budget.
Oh, okay. So all right. So then last week they finished the budget deal, and it's all set. And all right, we're moving forward then. That's great.
No.
Since they got the budget set, that we can just move forward here. We can talk about the D-backs or something.
Well, they being the Arizona Senate and the governor reached a deal on the budget.
Oh, okay. Deal's done.
And
all right.
they being the House Republicans reached their own deal on the budget. But
all right, so we got a deal. All right, done deal.
No. We have two.
Let's move on.
We have two deals. We don't have one final deal.
Well, why don't they just figure out a deal and we'll just be done with it?
Because that's their job, and they don't like to do their job.
Well, okay. In fairness, though, the legislature has had a lot of other things that are required by law that they had to do, right? I mean, they had to take a look at propositions that the voters passed and then determine whether or not they liked them and then try to overturn those propositions.
No,
right?
they
had to do that.
No, they have one job. Their one job is the budget.
Now, wait a minute. Well, they had to try to get the ESAs expanded. Right? They had to make sure that there were no caps on what people could use ESA funds to buy. So that was an important thing that is constitutionally required, right?
Some of them think it's important, not constitutionally required.
Oh.
No.
All right. Well, what does the Constitution say they have to do?
Budget.
But they haven't
by
done
July
that.
1st.
Oh, we got time? That's a week?
We got a week, yeah. Or else the state government shuts down. 30,000 plus employees out of work and all sorts of services.
You just said it. You said my favorite word, or else.
Yeah.
Or else.
Or else.
It has to happen, or else.
Do you want me to be more ominous? Or else.
All hell will break loose.
Or else venomous bugs will walk the state.
I get the feeling then that the House is playing the or else game. You either do it our way, Senate and governor, or else. And then you've got the Senate and the governor that are saying, we hammered out a deal that everybody seems to like except you, so either pass it or else.
Or else.
Or else. The current Arizona budget package that was approved by the Senate and agreed to by the governor would include $78 million for new public safety investments. That's like police, right? That seems like a good thing.
It's like police. Yeah, it's
right.
It's like them. Should point out too.
Oh, go ahead.
The Senate, actually bipartisan there too. It wasn't just Republicans. Like the House deal that the House passed was all Republicans, and the Democrats basically took their ball and went home, and they couldn't work together at all.
All right, but the Democrats don't really have a ball anybody needs because they're in the minority in the House.
Right, but in the Senate, there also is a Republican majority, but some Democrats were crossing over to get it across the finish line.
Is that because it has to be signed by a Democrat, and so the Republicans in the Senate said, "We got to do something that's gonna appeal to the mushy moderates, so that we can get this thing passed." Right?
Yeah.
We can't just be hardliners.
I think that actually the Senate did kind of how things are supposed to be done. And they
shut your mouth.
Yeah, I do.
Shut your mouth.
They made a compromise, which
shut your mouth.
Made everybody unhappy, and they made a deal.
Yeah. So I'm seeing that $280 million more for K-12 education funding, $28 million more for higher education funding. I'm assuming that means colleges, universities. $180 million for new health and welfare funding. Handouts. And $12 million for new water investments.
Who needs that?
of all the new expenditures, the lowest is for the thing that I tell you is the most important thing in Arizona, and that is water.
Take that, Merrill.
That is just a thumbs up at me, isn't it?
A drop for you.
Oh, my goodness. Bite your tongue. All right, so, Joe, you say, the Senate worked across the aisle.
Mm-hmm.
They tried to come up with something that works for everybody involved. But as we all know, that's not how we do things in America today, and certainly not here in Arizona. Yesterday, the rift between the Republicans in the House and Senate grew even further because, remember, the Senate agreed to this. They passed the bill that the governor said she'd sign off on, $17.6 billion or something like that. Don't get too bogged down in the numbers, but the difference is about $500 million, roughly, between $400 and $600 billion. 100 million, excuse me, 400 and 600 million that the House and the Senate are arguing over. So the Senate said, you know what? This is House, you can't figure out your own business. So that's it. We're going to pass our own thing and then we're done. We're going home. And the Senate said, we're adjourned. Whoa, that's not usually how that works. So the rift between the Republicans in the House and the Senate grew, and this from the AZ Mirror. And a bid to initiate a dialogue between the lower chamber and the governor's office crumbled before it could even start. House Republicans abruptly canceled a meeting that was scheduled for yesterday morning between their staff and Hobbs' staff. That according to a spokesperson for Governor Hobbs.
Yeah, but what's the rush? They've got a whole week.
You got a week! During a contentious floor session yesterday afternoon, top Democrats in the House lashed out at the Republican continuation budget, which is scheduled to be considered by the House Appropriations Committee today and will likely be quickly presented to the full chamber for debate. Oh, did you hear that? It's a continuation budget, Joe. It's kind of like in Congress.
Skinny budget?
Well, they're calling it a skinny budget here. Roughly what it is what we would see on the federal level as a continuing resolution. In other words, just keep going at the status quo. We'll just keep funding the way it is right now.
That's basically, we can't play nice and come up with a deal.
Yeah.
So we'll just keep doing what we've been doing.
And the phrase we all hear around this is always, we're going to kick the can down the road.
But if they do that, correct me if I'm wrong, wouldn't the Senate have to come back and approve that?
Yes.
And your boy, Warren Peterson, who was in studio with us on Friday, he was heard on the Senate floor before he took off on what would have been Thursday night, saying, see ya in January. And he was walking around basically saying, we're done.
Yeah, we're done. But now you've got, and remember, this is Republican on Republican bickering going on here. Mm-hmm. This isn't right versus left. This is Republican versus Republican. Although what you have, and this is why I always say, whenever you're all in on one party, be careful what you wish for. Let's suppose, hypothetically speaking, that I still contend that the Republican Party is the dominant party in Arizona. I know a lot of people like to say we're a purple state because we have Democratic statewide officials and senators, but that's mostly because of the fumble by the Republican Party, not because all of a sudden we're turning blue. But if all of a sudden everything in Arizona goes all red and everybody's on the same team, let's say that the House completely dominated by Republicans, the Senate all Republicans, and then you've got a Republican governor. Mm-hmm. You know what they're going to do?
They're going to fight.
They're going to fight. They're going to figure out a way to split.
Oh, it's pretty easy. The fight would be between the MAGA branch and the establishment.
Freedom Caucus versus the old school, right? Mm-hmm. And that's kind of what we're seeing with this. So Steve Montenegro is the Speaker of the House right now in Arizona, and he's introduced what they're calling the Zero Growth Spending Plan, or the Skinny Bill, or the Continuation Budget. And this is actually upsetting a number of Republicans in the House. Oscar de los Santos from Levine is a Republican. He blasted the failure of the GOP leadership to give lawmakers in the chamber an opportunity to consider the Senate-approved budget, and he accused the House leadership of attempting to pass a chaos budget. So I've seen this play out elsewhere, where what you have is the dominant force in the House legislature, the House, Arizona's House, is a Freedom Caucus. They're the ones who are really in the leadership positions. They're the ones pulling a number of the strings. You had a bipartisan budget get passed by a Republican-dominated Senate, but the Freedom Caucus in the House is not allowing for the entire House to vote on that. As you made mention, Joe, it was a bipartisan agreement. Republicans and Democrats both voted for that in the Senate. So wouldn't it stand to reason that the numbers might already be there in the House to get that budget passed the way it is? In other words, if you have enough Democrats and enough moderate Republicans that are going to vote the same way that the Democrats and moderate Republicans in the Senate voted, wouldn't it pass? But it's being blocked. It's not even being allowed a vote right now because you've got your ideologues who are preventing that from happening.
Yeah, and you've largely got your House Speaker, Steve Montenegro, who's kind of holding it up, right?
Yes, and I also think that some of that comes from a very vocal Freedom Caucus guy in the Senate. That is Speedy Jake Hoffman. Speedy Gone Hoffman. Here's a guy that was pulled over doing 89 and a 65, and he said, "Oh, we're in session. I have legislative immunity." Did he
do the annoying song too? That's the worst.
He did, yeah. They pulled him over and they said, "Do you know how fast you were going?" And he says, "Doesn't matter. I have immunity." A lot of people don't realize that's almost like a secret password. Wasn't he also a fake elector?
He was a fake elector. Yes,
right.
He was.
So he's pretty far out there. And according to some people, he has he's a senator. He has more influence over House Republicans than he has over Senate Republicans, which we actually saw because he doesn't like the Senate bill, which was passed by the Senate Republicans. Which Hoffman's also made a few other headlines because he's come out and he's started to endorse various candidates in statewide races, hasn't he?
Yeah. Kimberly Yee.
Oh, yeah, because he wants to get rid of the superintendent of public instruction, Tom Horn, right? He says he's not Republican enough.
Yeah.
So he says, well, Kimberly Yee is going to be our person.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. But Warren Peterson, the leader in the Senate, he's running for AG, is it?
I believe so, yeah.
So he's got aspirations beyond just getting this budget through, which makes me feel like our why today is, why is the budget standoff about what's best for political careers and not about what's best for you and I? That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, here's Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:16. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. There was a big win for the Trump administration yesterday as the Supreme Court ruled that officials can continue to deport migrants to third-party countries. ABC News correspondent Peter Charalambous joined Arizona's Morning News to say some of the Supreme Court is not happy.
This was not taken well by the Supreme Court's liberal minority, basically saying that this is an order that's rewarding lawlessness.
The Trump administration has continued to argue that other countries will be able to house migrants more effectively and at a much cheaper cost. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Under 110 all week long. 103 for our high today, 105 on Wednesday. We're at 103 right now in Avondale. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
Our why today, why is it that this budget standoff we have going on between the House and the Senate is more about political careers than it is about doing what's best for the state of Arizona? Joe, I think a lot of this comes down to the brand of the different politicians involved. We made mention here just before we had an update from BL there, Becky Lynn. We had Jake Hoffman is not happy about what the Senate is doing. Jake Hoffman is a senator. He's also a fake elector. He's also Speedy Gone Hoffman, who pulled the legislative immunity card when he got pulled over going 24 miles over the limit.
You didn't mention the best thing about Hoffman, too.
Oh, what's that?
The troll farming.
Yes. Bring me up to speed on the troll farming, because this one's fun.
Dude, I think you can explain a lot better than I can what the heck that is. Like, somehow he's making a million or millions of dollars off of... I don't even understand it. But
is it pushing misinformation of some sort?
He's profiting off of election from years ago, I believe.
Yeah. what is it? He's serving Minister of Disinformation. Oh, this was I just Googled it real fast to see if I could find a succinct way to say it. Anyway, Hoffman wanted to fool you. This is from Lori Roberts, opinion writer at AZ Central. Hoffman wanted to fool you into thinking that there were real people spontaneously expressing deeply held conservative beliefs instead of what they were, a group of kids being paid to deceive you, reportedly scoring bonuses to boot if they create enough buzz around their posts. In other words, creating a bunch of online posts and nonsense stuff that was going on. But, more clicks and he was making money. So Hoffman leads the Arizona Freedom Caucus. And last week, he was throwing a bunch of amendments into the budget process in the Senate that he was copying from the House plan. So the House has got this idea, here's what we want in the budget. And it had a bunch of pet projects for the Republicans in the House. The Democrats were not invited to put forth any ideas of their own. This was going to be all Republicans or nothing. So the Senate said, guys, that's not going to work. And they said, let's all get together and talk with Governor Hobbs about what she wants. Let's try to figure something out. And then we'll have a framework. Then we can go ahead and present the bill to the House at large, and we'll pass it. Then it'll go to the Senate. Senate will pass it, and we already know the governor wants it because we all negotiated this.
Yeah, if they had a Republican governor, they might have been able to do what they were trying to do.
Right.
But the reality is, when you've got you've got the House and the Senate that are Republican controlled, and you've got the governor's office that is held by a Democrat.
Yeah.
You got to give. You got to give a little to get a little.
So Hoffman was introducing these amendments that were mirroring what was going on in the House. And, of course, they were summarily shot down by the Senate because the Senate said, no, that's not what we hammered out with the governor. Let's just pass what we all worked out with the governor, and then you guys can vote on it. So Hoffman then tried to tack onto the Senate budget a House measure that would bar Arizona's public universities from using public or private money to give scholarships to students who lack legal immigration status.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Wasn't that on the ballot a few years ago?
Oh, that's a good memory you got on you.
And didn't the voters say, didn't they pass that?
Yes, they did. So this is another example of Hoffman trying to pass a law that is explicitly contrary to the Arizona Constitution, because that's what happens when we vote on a prop.
And the will of the voters basically says, right, I don't care if that's what you put into law and that's what you want. I'm going to do what I think is in my best interest.
Well, what I think is going to be the best interest politically, right?
Well,
What are my bona fides? I'm going to tack on to the current zeitgeist. So Hoffman is trying to build on his MAGA bona fides so that anybody that he endorses can be looked at as the most MAGA candidate. So that group feels like going harder to the right is the best way to win statewide elections. So he's going to say, you know what the problem is? You know why we kept losing to those Democrats? We weren't far enough to the right. Kerry Lake just wasn't MAGA enough.
Right.
That was the issue.
Yeah.
Right?
Uh-huh.
And then you've got Warren P., who wants to get something done so that he can look like the politician that can work across the aisle. He wants to be the attorney general. So he wants to be able to run and say, look, I'm not crazy right-winger. Arizona, you are a red state, but you put a Democrat in the attorney general's office because the competition was too far wingery. I'm your moderate Republican candidate who's going to do Republican things, but I'm not cuckoo. Right? I'm going to stop suing the president. I'm going to support the Trump agenda, but I'm also not cuckoo. That's what he's trying to say with this.
And I think that's fair, but apparently he's also not able to get Hoffman in line and get him to knock off the nonsense that he's got going on in the House.
And that's what's interesting, because Senator Hoffman is not in the House.
Right.
But he seems to have a tremendous amount of influence over the Freedom Caucus in the House. And I guess that's because everybody in their own group, right? Everybody in their own district says, this is what my people want. Hoffman's right. Hoffman's the guy who's leading the charge on this. He's our MAGA leadership in Arizona. And so the House says, we're more MAGA than the Senate, so we're going to pass these laws, and we're going to tap into the zeitgeist of the anti-immigration stuff that's happening right now. And so Hoffman wants to propose something that is in direct violation of the proposal that we passed just 3 years ago. And they're all like, sounds great to us, because that's what our people care about right now. But he doesn't care. right? He doesn't care about the will of the people. He cares about capturing that zeitgeist.
Yeah, and sadly, I don't know his area where he would have to run for office again, but I don't even know if he would care because he's got plenty of money. He's got his troll farm that made him lots of dough, and he seems like the classic politician that I can't stand. The person who's in it for themselves, like you said, in it for the MAGA wing, thinks you have to go further and further and further. I don't care if it's the right side or the left side.
Right.
But it's not about the voters. It's about their agenda and what they feel is best for them, and just to simply get people elected, as opposed to what's really best to, move the ball forward.
So it seems that we're at this impasse, right, where everybody is all stuck. And I'm curious. I want to get your take on this because this is the one segment you and I didn't discuss in rehearsal, so I'm going to throw it at you.
Mm-hmm.
The way the politicians talk, nobody seems like they're going to budge on the budget, and that the standoff is going to mean a shutdown in a week. But is that really an option? So game it out with us. And I have thoughts on this. I haven't run this by Joe, so I have no idea what he's going to say on this. It is next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Oh, Chris. It's time for that fun game.
Okay.
What was Joe doing last night at midnight?
He was crying over his gambling losses.
Chris, that's every single night. That's just not last night at midnight.
All right. You were trolling the streets to find leftovers from the homeless encampments.
It's more likely I would be doing that than creating a troll farm, but no. Still no.
Well done. All right.
Chris,
you were just walking around.
I was getting my miles in.
Good for you.
What I was doing, because I have been afflicted in the past. I've dealt with a broken ankle. I had a strained tendon. I had plantar fasciitis. And let me tell you, if you haven't had plantar fasciitis, you are lucky, because I had it in my 30s. I had it again in my 40s. Basically feels like old man foot. The back of your heels have this stinging, awful pain. But thanks to my Good Feet personalized arch supports, no more plantar fasciitis. I can't recommend strongly enough going to goodfeet.com right now, booking your free personalized arch support fitting at goodfeet.com, or walking into any of the 5 convenient Valley Good Feet stores in Gilbert, Glendale, Goodyear, Ahwatukee, or Scottsdale. If you've got any foot, ankle, leg, knee, or back pain, find out how Good Feet personalized arch supports can bring you significant pain relief in just 4 weeks. It doesn't matter if you want to feel better when you're on your feet at work, or if you're training for big miles like a marathon like I like to do, or anything in between. Get to goodfeet.com right now. Book your free personalized arch support fitting. Sun-soaked days, they deserve pain-free walks at night. Thanks to the Good Feet store. Get to goodfeet.com today. Good feet, good life.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One Landscape Supply. That means more products, better pricing, and 14 locations. We stock bulk rock, sand, soil, hardscapes, artificial turf, tools, lighting, and now irrigation at select branches. Visit pioneerco.com to find your nearest branch and order pickup or job site delivery.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Get the all-hybrid Camry with 4.99% 60-month financing. Or get a gas or hybrid Tacoma with 4.75% 60-month financing. Even get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on any new Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% with 1887 and 4.75% with 1776 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with 1519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You can get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors right now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Guys, if you feel drained, if you have low energy, brain fog, maybe trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Today's men have lower testosterone than ever before thanks to stress, poor diet, lifestyle. But Red Mountain Weight Loss has the solution. They offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or a tablet. We're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-strength testosterone because the truth is nothing out there can boost testosterone like actual testosterone. It helps you think clearer, sleep better, build muscle, and boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. If you have low T, you can start for free this month only at Red Mountain. Regain your energy, strength, and vitality at redmountainweightloss.com. You can go to redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain, real testosterone, real doctors, real results.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
It's Gatos, and you have bad windows. Those bad windows are letting the heat come into your house. Call my friends at Advanced Window Products. 39 years of business. That's right. They've been open since 1986. I did the math myself. Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company, and they're selling directly to you, the public. Sales and installation, all in-house. No middleman markups. They build it, they install it, and they guarantee it for life. And a fantastic summer special. You must mention Gatos. I'll tell you about it. You buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. Limited time, so get in on this. 480-764-2002. Summer special. Buy 10 windows or more. Get $2,500 off. From their factory to your front door in 8 weeks or less, you've got new windows. AdvancedWindows.com. That's AdvancedWindows.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. The Saturday night strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities did not completely destroy the country's nuclear program and likely only set it back by months. Now, that's according to two people familiar with an early intelligence assessment. It's a contradiction to what President Trump told the American people in his address hours after the hit. ABC senior White House correspondent Selena Wang tells us how the Trump administration is reacting.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, in response to our reporting and from CNN, she is blasting it, saying that this is a result of, quote, low-level loser leakers. And let me just read you part of her statement. She says, quote, this assessment and the leak is a clear attempt to demean President Trump and discredit the brave fighter pilots who conducted a perfectly executed mission to obliterate Iran's nuclear program. Everyone knows what happens when you drop 14 30,000-pound bombs perfectly on their targets. Total obliteration.
This is the 19th time we've had to do this to protect our Constitution and the rule of law.
Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays is joining another lawsuit against the Trump administration. KTAR's Ballin Overstolz is live in the News Center to tell us more.
Yeah, Becky, this lawsuit focuses on spending cuts by the Trump administration. Chris Mays says recent cuts, including to grants for the Arizona Department of Economic Security, were done through a provision in the law that the admin is not using correctly. She explains.
Congress already made the decision to fund these grant programs, and then the president came in and unilaterally overturned that decision. So this is also another lawsuit that's based on the separation of powers.
And core to the lawsuit is a legal provision that allows federal agencies to cancel grants based on their priorities, but Mays says that does not apply to already approved funds. And she adds this has impacted millions of dollars in Arizona and billions nationally. Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstolz, KTAR News.
7 pets have died this summer from heat, compared to only 2 deaths the same time last year. Jen Armbruster with the Arizona Humane Society says keep your pets inside as much as possible when the temps are 100 degrees or higher.
So when temperatures are in the triple digits, it's only minutes outside. Let those dogs get out there and do their business and then get them right back in.
She explains it is illegal to keep your dog tethered outside when it's in the triple digits. Armbruster recommends you walk your dog in the early morning or late at night to protect their paws from the hot pavement. We'll take a look at our forecast in just a moment, but right now, let's look at the roads. Heather Larson is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. The I-10 southbound the Maricopa Freeway, you've got a little backup from Guadalupe Road to Elliott. That's because there's a crash at Elliott. And then in Glendale, we've got a crash on the 101 southbound Agua Fria off-ramp at Union Hills. And actually, ADOT's just pulled in to block that ramp. So just a good idea to generally avoid that area. Traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour each week as he empowers and educates those in or near retirement. Sundays at 2 p.m. right here on KTAR. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Expecting our high temp today to hit 103, 78 overnight, and a little bit warmer as the week goes on, 105 tomorrow. But by Friday, we shouldn't even be at 110. It's 101 right now in Peoria. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
On air, online, on the KTAR News app, and, we're on the YouTube as well. You can watch and listen to the show, catch exclusive interviews, and the latest reaction to breaking news. Be sure to subscribe to the KTAR News YouTube channel today. If you were watching yesterday, you saw our initial reaction to the ceasefire announcement, which was great, because we spent the first hour talking about are we at war? What's the retaliation going to look like? And we got word of retaliation, and then all of a sudden it was a ceasefire. And then the ceasefire kind of went into effect. Joe, I asked you a question yesterday in the program. A bit of a detour here. We'll get back to talking about the budget in a moment. But I asked you about the ceasefire, and if you knew a ceasefire was going to start in 6 hours, but you were on a mission, would you feel inclined to make sure your bombs were dropped on the right village, or would you go, oh, man, I must have just missed, and better turn around and go home?
Or maybe
it's why are you killing people if you're going to stop killing people in 6 hours anyway?
Or maybe just turn around and not drop the bombs at all. I know that was
that's what I would do.
That was entirely wussy of me and not super gonna drop those bombs. But I said the honest Joe thing and said no. If I know there's a phased in ceasefire coming, it's the first I've ever heard of that as well. But if I knew that was coming, no, it would lead me to. Dude, I'm a peaceful guy. I just want peace for everybody.
The people involved in the conflict are not as wussy as you.
Or peaceful.
Or peaceful, right. And you saw what happened is that the ceasefire was supposed to begin, and then it kind of did, but then also kind of didn't. And then the president dropped some F-bombs on his Truth Social. He was not happy with either side.
Nah, and did you just hear Becky Lynn, too? She was throwing some more news out there that early U.S. intelligence is suggesting that their strikes from over the weekend didn't destroy Iran's nuclear sites as well, despite what President Trump had been saying.
I did hear that. I am curious because the boys of Outspoken did their war room yesterday on this.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of wondering, based on that new information, are there winners or losers? And I'm kind of curious after they sat down with experts yesterday, if they felt like there's any winners or losers after everything that we saw in this, what the president was calling a 12-day war.
See, I'm most curious, did Trump know that the strikes weren't 100% successful? Was he told that by somebody?
I don't think so.
Or was it a little bit of Trump's bluster, how he's always kind of bombastic with his words?
That's my take. Is that it didn't matter what was going to happen. He was going to say that it was an overwhelming success and power of the U.S. military and all that stuff.
Well, it's come out pretty quickly that apparently that was not the case.
I think the military did fine. I think it's just that Iran maybe was better prepared, got their stuff out of there, and maybe it was deeper into the mountain than we thought. Anyway, we'll digress on that a little bit later on in the show. We were talking the budget because the way this works, if you're joining us, is that the Senate Republicans got together with the governor and they worked out the framework of a budget they could all agree on. The House Republicans decided not to sit in on those meetings because they decided they were going to start the budget process and they were going to pass a budget and then it was going to be a take it or leave it. They were going to put it on the doorsteps of the Senate, and the Senate, of course, being majority Republican, they would, of course, go along with whatever comes from the Republican House, and then they would all throw it at the governor, and then it would be up to her to see if she had the cojones to veto that bill and to shut down the government.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, the Senate works out a deal with the governor in a bipartisan manner. The bunch of Joe, again, he agrees with this because, like he just established, super wussy.
Wussy.
He says they should compromise. Instead of trying to force it onto the other side, they should just find a compromise and try to make government function.
Oh, Joe, what's wrong with you? Compromise.
Game this out, Joe. How does this work out? Because I think that we're going to see legal wrangling to do a continuation. You know, there's no provision in the Constitution, the Arizona Constitution, over a continuing budget.
I did not know that. I had not read up on the Arizona Constitution this morning.
Well, it doesn't say you can't do it.
Uh-huh.
It's just that it says you got to have a budget passed by July 1st.
Well, what if Hobbs says, I'm not down with the continuing resolution?
Which is kind of what she said before, but I feel like if the House passes a continuing budget or a skinny budget or a continuing resolution or whatever you want to call it, that is in effect for another 30 days to buy them some time, I think the governor may have to sign that.
Wouldn't
She's going to be
Senate
backed into
have
a
to
corner.
come back and agree to that first?
Yes, they would. They would. But I think that backs the governor into a corner. If they were to say this is going to be the budget for the next year, I think she's going to say, veto, it's on you guys. If they say, let's extend the session a little longer so that we can work this out, that's when I think she's going to be put into a corner. And in the process, though, it's going to be challenged in the courts. But that still buys them time. So if this passes, if they pass a continuing budget, and the governor signs off on that to buy them all more time to argue over whatever, it's going to end its way through the courts, which could possibly create a precedent, which will then be used to repeat this drama in the future.
Oh, great.
Yeah. So this could be just the first time that we come up on we're only a week away. Are they going to make it?
Doesn't that make Hobbs look weak, though, too? I would think that would make Hobbs look as though the Senate and the House have all the power if she agrees to that continuing resolution.
Yeah, but if the Arizona government shuts down, all of a sudden, it's not even about the employees of the state.
Yeah.
Because you're going to have essential workers. Cops are still going to go to work. You know, the state fires, they're still going to go put out wildfires, all that stuff.
It's about the people who need the benefits.
That's who's going to be hit the most, right? I don't know that she would veto that. That may be a question that the boys should ask her the next time that she's in on Outspoken.
Mm-hmm.
But suppose the House passes their bill, the one that they want.
Mm-hmm.
The Senate may or may not approve the smaller House bill, and then the governor has to either follow through on that promise or she has to capitulate. And the House is trying to play chicken right now. So if the Senate approves it, then it's on the governor, and the House GOP are going to work to blame the budget shutdown, put that blame squarely on her shoulders, right?
Mm-hmm.
If they go, look, we passed something, it's her that's the problem. But if the House passes something that the Senate doesn't want to go along with, which they've said they won't because they already hammered out a deal with the governor, then the Democrats are going to make hay of the fact that the GOP-led Senate and the governor worked out a bipartisan bill, and they're going to say it's the Freedom Caucus that's holding Arizonans hostage.
Mm-hmm.
So all eyes right now are on the far right in the state House. And the more moderate Republicans, the moderate Democrats, they may be willing to sign off on the bill that the Senate and the governor have put together, but they don't have control over who gets a vote. So there may be enough votes right now to put this all to rest. Be done with it. But you've got this game of chicken going on with the House Speaker, Steve Montenegro, and I think he's taking a lot of his marching orders from Senator Hoffman, who doesn't like the Senate bill. And so now we're just going to keep playing these games.
See, I don't understand. You're right with all of that. But where I get a little hung up is if the House either has to, they all have to get a budget done by July 1st or else state government shuts down. How does Montenegro have all the power to say whether or not they come in and vote? Why can't,
that's how it works.
Like, why can't the more moderate Republicans and the Democrats cut a deal on their own and say, hey, you know what, House Speaker, you're not doing your job. We've got a majority of us who will sign off on what the Senate came up with, or we want to go ahead with this, and we're going to push this and kick it back to the Senate, see if they'll push it ahead and get it to Hobbs. Why does the House Speaker have all of that power?
Because that's the way it works. You're talking about parliamentary procedure, and can you usurp the House Speaker?
Mm-hmm.
And it becomes this weird parliamentary rules game that they all play. Like, will the Speaker bring a vote to the floor to determine whether or not he should bring another vote to the floor? So the way it works is that the Speaker decides what's going to go to the floor and what's not. And we've seen this play out in Congress time and time and time again, where you've got a Speaker of the House that says, we're not going to bring that to the floor. Nancy Pelosi had a number of bills that she said, we're not going to vote on that. You know, what, you want me to not trade stocks? We're not going to vote on that. That'll never make it to the floor.
Well, I think Montenegro's playing a real dangerous game of chess, though. How is he so certain that they would be able to pass a continuing resolution? How does he know that there aren't some more moderate Republicans who would go against him and say, no, we don't want that, and then that could flop? I
think he's whipped the votes in the House. I think he knows he's got the votes in the House to pass his skinny budget that they're calling it. I just don't know that they know what's going to happen in the Senate. So the standoff continues anyway. One thing the House and Senate can agree on is which billionaire should get more of your taxes. You'll get the winners and losers of the latest stadium sellout next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
At Midwestern University Therapy Institute, they take the time to get to know you. I'm Jim Sharp, and their students and faculty providers offer affordable, unhurried, and thorough therapy care. Experience the Midwestern difference for your family's physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy, and clinical psychology services. In Glendale, just off the 101 on 59th Avenue. Visit MWUclinics.com to learn more or schedule an appointment. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for healthcare.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of Life Source Water. Arizona's desert water is some of the harshest in the country. It's tough on your skin, your hair, and your home. Some people turn to old-fashioned softeners, but there's a better way. With Life Source, you get clean, conditioned, and healthy water from every tap without salt. It's our summer sale. Save up to $1,000 when we pay your sales tax. Hurry, offer ends July 4th. Call our factory at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
Warranty limitations apply.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:48. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. A continuation budget has passed in the State House Appropriations Committee, and the full House will meet later this afternoon to vote on it. Chair David Livingston says it's too late to include raises for DPS like in their original budget because they're at a stalemate with the Senate.
I've even signed a letter that I think came out of your office or the association or somebody saying we should do 15% raises. I'm with you there. I apologize. I cannot do any of those today.
The House is refusing to vote on the Senate budget negotiated with the governor last week. Chair Livingston suggested calling a special session later this summer to fully fund other priorities. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. High temp today about 103, 78 for the overnight low, and we'll be up around 105 tomorrow. Right now in Gilbert, it's 101 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters is here to help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Right now, get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox air conditioning system installed for as low as $99 a month. That's serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins has been taking care of the Valley for over 40 years. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule your appointment today.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Investing successfully requires full-time focus, strategy, and teamwork, much like baseball. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Hey, Jeff. Yes, you get it. Baseball isn't just a game. It requires dedication. Every play needs your complete attention. That's how you win. And off the field, I need a team I can trust. A team that understands the importance of focus and strategy.
At Trajan Wealth, we recognize that your focus should be on your passion. Our passion is going above and beyond to help you build a secure financial future.
That's why I choose Trajan Wealth. They understand the dedication required to build a legacy.
We provide peace of mind, allowing you to focus on what matters most. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
How much do the pay raises in Maricopa County mean to the Sheriff's Department? We'll talk to some of the 3, 2, 1. How much do pay raises for deputies in Maricopa County mean? We'll talk to a deputy association on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Oh,
we've all been there.
Oh, Joe knows how much I love it when we screw up on the air.
We've all been there.
I love it so much.
I think that's probably our producer's fault.
Probably going to throw Pablo under the bus.
Yeah.
Producer Pablo.
Pablo's probably laughing about it, too, if he heard it.
I'm glad that Mike didn't swear, because sometimes when you screw it up, you end up...
I would have taken care of Mike for that one. I would have gotten it.
Would have helped him out on that?
I would have done a solid for him.
That was great. I love that. Oh, sorry. 3, 2...
Hey, you want to dive into a little bit of this D-backs deal before we turn the page and look at Gilbert Goons adjacent?
Yes, I do, because we got word yesterday that the bill passes the House. The D-backs bill, the stadium bill, it sounds like Governor Hobbs is going to sign this monstrosity, and it sounds like the D-backs will be able to recapture all of the sales tax and all of the income tax for the players and make sure that all of that money gets put back into the stadium. And they go, well, we had to have it for the stadium. So, the last thing we want to do is have to pay for our own place. So I think that this is the sort of thing, and of course they said, or else we're going to leave. Or else. You have to give us all of the money that we would otherwise pay to the state, that you would be using to send kids to school, help homeless people eat, and make sure that police get raises. They say those things aren't important. What's important is that we don't have to pay for our stadium repairs. And so, good news, it could be up to $1 billion that they are able to recapture and put back into the stadium to make sure that they don't have to spend $1 billion of their own dollars.
Thanks to inflation, yeah.
Yeah, so that's just great. And I heard Becky Lynn had the story earlier that says that now the D-backs can focus on a lease extension.
Mm-hmm.
Because
exactly.
their lease is up in 2027. Do I remember that correctly?
I thought next year. Yeah.
Maybe it's the end of next year, whatever it is.
Becky Lynn, do you have when that lease extension is up for the?
It's 2027.
Okay.
Okay.
Look at that. Chris was right.
Yep, he was.
Oh.
Always. I mean.
Here's an idea, though.
Yeah.
Why not, instead of a lease extension, how about we let the D-backs buy the stadium? They can own and maintain it themselves, and these tax dollars go back to us.
They could leave. Don't you know they could leave? In fact, not only do we have a lease extension coming up, and you're talking about them taking, accountability for their own workplace, but I bet that when they start negotiating their lease extension, they look for a reduced rate.
Because they're going to want something. Oh, yeah.
The stadium's in such bad shape. We can't pay the rate that you've been after. And we can't keep paying rent on this the way it is. And if you're going to make us keep paying rent, we're going to leave.
Well, thank goodness we have that big $10 million penalty payment if they bolt for another city.
Where does that $10 million come from? That would probably come from the money that they're recapturing from the sales tax package we just passed. We're paying for our own demise. Brilliant.
Or else.
More teen trouble in the East Valley as we gain more insight into what the teenagers that tried to burn down a barn with a handful of classmates inside were thinking. Fear not, though, because the Gilbert police are on the scene and the county attorney hit the violent little imps with some very strong words. That'll teach them. It's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Now, if you are like me, you've gone through different phases in your life. One, you start out, maybe you're single, maybe you're a young couple. You don't need much space, and then all of a sudden, you do, because you've got an expanding family. And then you find yourself with the family, they grow, and they need more bedrooms, and then they leave. The latest is my wife and I had to downsize a little bit, which meant we had to sell our own home and then go find a new place before somebody else snagged it off the market. Man, do I wish I had known about Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program. See, Orchard gives you cash so that you can buy that next place, bigger or smaller, or maybe closer to work, before you sell your old place. Then Orchard takes over. They fix up the old house, and then when they're done, it's a local Orchard agent that lists and sells the old place for top dollar. The Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and then sell the old one later for top dollar. Visit Orchard.com and get your free home valuation. Don't make the same mistakes I did. It's Orchard.com. Again, Orchard.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Sometimes an identity threat is a ring of professional hackers. And sometimes it's an overworked accountant.
who forgot to encrypt their connection while sending bank details.
I need a coffee.
And you need LifeLock, because your info is in endless places. It only takes one mistake to expose you to identity theft. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second. If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS at lifelock.com. Terms apply.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
This is Jim Sharp for New Life Dental Implant Center, where they offer better than all-on-4 implants because New Life uses more than 4 implants per jaw for rock-solid support at about half the price. And New Life Dental Implant Center digitally designs your smile so you heal faster. And they craft your teeth from solid zirconia for lasting strength and comfort at about half the price with easy financing options. Call New Life Dental Implant Center at 602-855-0000 or visit newsmilearizona.com.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon, 3 o'clock now. I'm Becky Lynn. 2 people familiar with an early intelligence assessment on Saturday night's strikes on 3 of Iran's nuclear facilities challenged the use of the word obliterated by President Trump. ABC's senior White House correspondent Selena Wang has more.
According to this initial report, and the caveat here is that this can change as more intelligence assessments come out, which was highly classified, this report says that the U.S. believes, based on this early report, that significant damage was done, but that was mostly to the above-ground structures, not to the ones deep underground. And according to one person, the enriched uranium was not destroyed and the centrifuges are largely intact.
Arizona Congresswoman Yasmin Ansari is voicing her frustration after the Trump administration postponed a briefing for Congress on the U.S. strikes against Iran's nuclear program.
It is really important to make sure that we don't let the president get away with the illegality of this. It is unacceptable that Congress was never briefed. The American public never heard the case.
The Phoenix Democrat and Iranian American tells CNN she hopes a ceasefire between Israel and Iran will hold, but says the U.S. should not be carrying out strikes in what she describes as not our conflict or our war.
This is the 19th time we've had to do this to protect our Constitution and the rule of law.
That's Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays as she joins another lawsuit against the Trump administration focused on spending cuts.
It did so using a clause in a regulation that it is not allowed to use in this way, and so we decided to sue.
Core to the lawsuit is a legal provision that allows federal agencies to cancel grants based on their priorities. But Mays says that does not apply to already approved funds. She adds the president's cuts have impacted millions of dollars in Arizona. A continuation budget has passed in the House Appropriations Committee, and the full State House will meet later this afternoon to vote on it. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the News Center with the details.
Appropriations Chair David Livingston said it's too late to include raises for DPS like in their original budget because they're at a stalemate with the Senate.
I've even signed a letter that I think came out of your office or the association or somebody saying we should do 15% raises. I'm with you there. I apologize. I cannot do any of those today.
The House is refusing to vote on the Senate budget passed last week and negotiated with the governor. Chair Livingston suggested calling a special session later this summer to fully fund other priorities. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Time right now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia. Brought to you by the Attitudes Campus.
It's June 24th, and back on this day in 1997, the U.S. Air Force released a report on the alien spacecraft crash in Roswell, New Mexico. Public interest in UFOs began to grow in the 1940s when developments in space travel caused many to turn their attention to the skies. The town of Roswell, New Mexico became the magnet for UFO believers due to the strange events of early July 1947 when a rancher found a strange, shiny material scattered over some of his land. A week before the 50th anniversary of the incident, the Air Force released a report on the controversial subject titled The Roswell Report, Case Closed. The document stated definitively that there was no Pentagon evidence that any kind of life form was found in the Roswell area and that the bodies recovered were not aliens but dummies used in parachute tests. Conspiracy theories are still alive, and Roswell continues to thrive as a tourist destination for UFO enthusiasts far and wide. And it all started back on this day in 1997.
Let's see what's rolling down the roads around here. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. Not a lot rolling on the west side right now. There was a crash in Goodyear with two big rings. You still got one there. It's blocking the left lanes on I-10 eastbound near Dysart Road. That backup extends all the way back to Saraval. In Avondale, you've got a crash at 107th Avenue and I-10, and that's actually affecting the northbound 107th Avenue. In Phoenix, on the right shoulder of I-10 westbound, near 16th Street, you got a crash there. Glendale checking in with a crash at 101 southbound, the Agua Fria Freeway on-ramp at Union Hills. And finally, in Surprise, you got a wreck on the surface streets there of Greenway and Litchfield. Traffic is brought to you by MistingMasters.com. Enjoy your backyard by installing misters or fog systems. 10% off or 1 year same as cash this month only. Go to MistingMasters.com for full details. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
We got up to 105 at Sky Harbor Airport last hour. We're expecting an overnight low of 78 and 105 for the high on Wednesday. Right now in Phoenix, the temperature is holding at 101. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Pleasure spending time with you here this afternoon. As always, about 30 minutes away from our headline volley. And the volley today, very salacious words in the volley today, Joe. I don't know if you noticed this.
Oh?
Yeah. In today's volley, we got dink, pickles, and gamecocks. So, salacious words. Oh, did you just say pickles?
Dink, really?
Don't like that. Yeah, just not happy about that at all.
No, can't you choose a better word?
We've been covering the Gilbert Goons for a while. The Gilbert Goons, a street gang that was randomly attacking people, sometimes strangers, sometimes familiar faces, and Gilbert Goons adjacent individuals, some of them sort of self-proclaimed members of the Goons, some of them just hanging out, ended up murdering a kid, Preston Lord, in October of 2023. So this is all going on in the East Valley in Gilbert, and the murder happened in Queen Creek, but near the line with Gilbert. And we were all sort of just bewildered as to how this could have happened, especially when we start getting reports of, oh, there had been this assault, and there had been that assault, and this went on, and that went on. And the Gilbert police didn't seem to know what was happening. And then ultimately they said, well, none of the victims told us that they were attacked by the Gilbert Goons. So there you go.
Well, but that couldn't possibly happen more than once, right?
Certainly not. It's not like you've got another street gang operating in like a suburb or I guess an HOA in Gilbert. I mean, the Gilbert Goons, certainly that had to have been a one-off. It's not like you had another group of people who were also terrorizing fellow classmates or their neighbors and bragging about it online.
Yeah, and I'm sure
posting their destruction.
The Gilbert PD, I'm sure, learned their lessons too. And I mean, just because that was going on with the Goons, it's not like that was going on, with other groups. They were surely more on their game.
Which is why when we heard about a group of hoodlums who set a barn on fire in Morrison Ranch where there were other kids hanging out, we knew that certainly the Gilbert police were all over this. Mm-hmm. We knew that this couldn't have been perpetrated by people who had already been reported for violent acts or for intimidation or harassment in the past. Surely something like this wouldn't slip through the cracks.
Nope.
Oh, crap, it did.
Oh, it did?
Yeah.
No.
So we told you about the Morrison Ranch marauders, or morons. Late last year, early this year?
Wait, you mean the Fent Warriors?
Oh, yeah, they call themselves the Fent Warriors. What does that even mean?
I don't know. Is that like fentanyl?
I don't know. Or is that like a kid term? I can't keep up with slang. I'm getting old.
I don't know.
Oh, the kids these days and their words. What happened to just being radical like us?
I saw their big catchphrase today was "Free R. Kelly." That's interesting.
Wasn't R. Kelly like doing sexual assault and trafficking and stuff?
Yeah, he's in prison.
Oh, okay. So the Morrison Ranch marauders, also the Fent Warriors, they call themselves, want to free R. Kelly. That's cool. And there were a group of kids that were hanging out in a barn. Now, you have to understand, in Morrison Ranch, this isn't like a big red barn that has a bunch of horses and cows and sheep in it, like in more rural areas. This is one of those, it's basically like a place where you keep your big boats and your RVs and things like that. It had a loft area, and that loft area was kind of a cool little hangout for teens. In fact, there was a sofa up there, a big sectional wraparound sofa. Now, the family, wisely, had a camera set up in that loft area to make sure the kids were safe. And I can only assume that the teenagers knew that they were on camera if anything goes wrong. So they had a security camera that was in there, and the kids are shown, and we actually saw footage. Footage was being printed, and thank you to AZ Central for publishing that footage, of the kids who heard something going on. You see some flashes, and they all put their phones down, got up, and then walked down out of the loft area and eventually made their way outside the barn because the barn caught fire and burned down.
Well, it's not like somebody would have thrown a mortar into the barn.
No, not like... Well, because if there was someone that was going to throw a mortar into the barn, surely the Gilbert police would have known that there were hoodlums that were capable of such a thing, right? Oh, crap, they did. Yeah. So, Arizona Republic published this story about the barn being burned down and about the harassment and about all of the nonsense that was going on. And when they published this article late last summer, residents said that they called police, they filed complaints and alerted school officials, but nothing happened to stop the behavior. The Gilbert Police Chief, Michael Solberg, who was the guy who said that none of the Gilbert Goons victims told them that they were being assaulted by the Gilbert Goons. And so that's why they had no idea it was going on under their noses. Solberg told the Gilbert Town Council in a public meeting that the initial report from AZ Central unfortunately wasn't fact-checked and contained numerous inaccuracies. He didn't really describe what those inaccuracies were, although he did say that his officers had conducted special enforcement actions in Morrison Ranch since 2020 and had made 14 arrests. To AZ Central's credit, they say what Solberg did not clear up was that his department declined to share that information with the Arizona Republic when they asked for it days earlier and only mentioned it after the article was published. Nor did it say if any of those enforcement sweeps involved the marauders or whether any of the 14 arrests involved them. In other words, they say, we are fighting crime. Look, we arrested people. And AZ Central says, right, but were they the people that did this? And they go, we're not going to tell you that.
So it kind of seems like Solberg knew, at least in part knew what was going on here. AZ Central was reaching out and asking questions. He didn't give them the information until they put the information out there that they had. Yeah. And then he said, yeah, you were wrong with all that information.
And then they said,
he
where were we
corrected
wrong?
it. And it seems like he had the information all along, and he just didn't put it out there.
Right, but they also said, where were we wrong? And he said, you're just wrong.
Yeah.
But he doesn't really point out where they are wrong. Remember, Solberg is still butthurt over media calling him out over his atrocious handling of the Gilbert Goons in the first place, which, had he been on the ball and coordinating with other East Valley agencies, remember that was a big issue with the Gilbert Goons. We found out nobody was talking to each other. Had he been on the ball to begin with, Preston Lord may not have been murdered. I mean, we can't prove that he wouldn't have been, but I do know that he would have stood a better chance had there already been crackdowns on a number of those Gilbert Goons, including some who were already being investigated or had been arrested for other issues prior to murdering Preston Lord. Mm-hmm. So now we find out there's all this other stuff going on in Morrison Ranch, and the police chief says, we know, we're all over it. We're very smart and stuff. But now we're getting more information that's coming out, including issues of some of the teens who had been taking other classmates hostage, shooting at them with water pellet Orbeez guns. These are the little gel BBs, basically, right? And then these kids were freezing the BBs so that when you shot them, it hurt more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Police recovered a video of a group of boys holding a juvenile hostage with plastic guns, pointing them at his face. The video shows them making the boy kneel, and the boy appears scared. Oh, this is straight up mob stuff here, right?
It's...
This is a walk out to the desert, dig your own grave kind of thing.
Yeah,
isn't it?
I don't think it's
like
mob stuff. I mean, they're not using a gun. They're using a water pellet Orbeez gun.
All right, but they're threatening physical harm if you don't comply, right?
No doubt, yeah.
Police report said a group of males forced a juvenile to walk into the middle of a field and kneel, pointing the plastic guns at him, and they made him say, "Free R. Kelly." And then the group cheered.
Now, then there was another video. Action unfolds the same kind of way, but ends when the victim or the hostage still is shot with the plastic guns despite complying.
So get this. The owners of the barn that got burned down, right? They previously told Arizona Republic that the attack on July 3rd of last year was retaliation against her daughter for cutting off her friendship with one of the teenagers. The boy, police interviews with witnesses detailed other allegations of the boys targeting girls. And we had heard this before, that basically the boys were harassing the girls were not responsive to their what do you call it? Advances. That's the word I was looking for. And so they were gonna get even. Sounds almost like incel behavior. One teenage girl telling detectives that someone in the group had bullied her in 7th grade. She described the boys throwing bleach in kids' eyes, pulling her hair, and making comments about her physical appearance to the point that it caused her to develop an eating disorder. Said the abuse was so bad she dropped out of school for a year, or at least she stayed home. Police said that one boy hit her in the face in 7th or 8th grade. The report also details allegations that the group of boys was involved in creating and circulating AI-generated nude photographs of the teenage girls, and that police opened an investigation. Oh, so these boys were on the police radar before. For violence, for harassment, for the AI-generated nude photos?
Mm-hmm.
And these were the guys that were there, and they were yelling sexually explicit phrases at the daughter, and then they sent the mortar fireworks into the barn, which eventually burned the barn down. What are these mortar fireworks? I should be more redneck than this. I really should. I've used some M80s before, quarter sticks of dynamite. That's the really good stuff. But nothing bigger than that. I never had anything that went up in the air like professional fireworks.
I used those little snap and pops. Is that the same kind of thing?
This goes back to today's theme, which is Joe's a wussy. Yeah. No, these are not snap and pops. But the mortars, these are the ones that come in the tubes, aren't they? That's the mortar ones. That's a mortar shell, like in the military. It's a tube that you drop the mortar shell into and it fires off.
I always think like a potato gun kind of thing, kind of like that. But obviously not a potato.
I mean, kinda. Yeah. That has a tube too.
Yeah.
How hard is it to get a hold of these things? Might surprise you when you find out. That is next. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, here's Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:17. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn, and this is what you need to know right now. Now, we know what to expect for a summer here in the Valley, but nearly 40 U.S. cities broke record highs yesterday. Much of the country's broiling under the heat dome, which is even worse in the east thanks to the humidity. The temperature in New York City at Kennedy International Airport today hit 100 degrees. And meanwhile, there's been an uptick in heat-related pet deaths here in the Valley this summer.
The majority of these pets are actually dying in their own backyards or in a patio.
Jen Armbruster with the Arizona Humane Society says it's illegal to tether your pet outside when it's 100 degrees or hotter. And she says to keep pets inside as much as possible when temps are in the triple digits. Don't leave them in hot cars either. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Time to check traffic now. Heather Larson is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. Still slow on the I-10 eastbound, just past the 303. That's slowing from Litchfield to Saraval right now. And on the city streets of Phoenix, you got a wreck to avoid at 75th Avenue and Thomas. Traffic brought to you by Dolphin Pools. For a limited time, we're offering a free travertine deck upgrade on every Dolphin Pools package. To learn more, visit dolphinpools.us today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Overnight, our low temp should be 78. Our high on Wednesday, 105, but staying below 110 through Friday. It's 102 in Avondale. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
Happy Tuesday. And is Iran's nuclear program completely destroyed, just delayed, or unchanged? We'll ask our military expert Mike Lyons how and when we'll have those answers. Join him and us at 4:30 today on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, on the KTAR News app, and you can celebrate the 4th of July with the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text baseball to 620-620. Register, and you could win 2 tickets to see the Diamondbacks take on the Royals on the 4th of July. That's baseball to 620-620. Baseball, Ray. Baseball. One of the great lines, Joe, you recognize that, right?
That was from Angels in the Outfield, right?
No, it was not.
Field of Dreams?
Field of Dreams, yeah. Baseball, Joe. Mm-hmm. Baseball. I don't even know if I have that. That feels like that's one of those drops I should have.
You know, you always conveniently have that one where you're slicing somebody's head off, but you don't have the nice, classy one. Huh.
No, you're right. No. Wait, what's this one?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah, that was it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know, we were talking about the Morrison Ranch Marauders. These are the kids who basically they're like incels who torched a barn because the teenage girls were not responsive to their advances. And the barn that they lit on fire had a number of teenagers in the barn. Fortunately, they escaped. But as we've seen with the Gilbert Goons, they got the severest form of punishment possible. When they finally got caught, they were given, oh boy, the county attorney did not go easy on them. They got strong probation.
Strong probation.
Strong probation.
Oh, that's better than weak probation.
I don't know what strong probation? Intensive probation, they call it.
Intensive probation.
Yes, intensive probation. So I think that means they have to check in once a week, maybe, or I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But whatever it is, I mean, listen, you burn a barn down, that is a tremendous amount of property damage. The barn had people in it. You could have burned them alive. In some cases, one might think that's attempted manslaughter at the very least, but nope. They got probation, intensive probation, Joe.
Well, you had a teenage girl who knew this group of Morristown miscreants well, and she says one of the boys made explosive fireworks, which she actually called bombs. And she said he'd buy parts of it, then deconstruct them to get the powders to make different bombs to make even more powerful bombs.
Okay.
So is it bombs? Is it mortars? Is it...
This is one of those situations where If you used your powers for good, you'd be unstoppable. But instead, he uses his powers for making bombs to terrify his neighbor kids. This is kind of like the computer geek in high school that was so smart, could hack into anything. Boy, if he worked for the CIA, he could go anywhere. But he goes, but why would I do that when I could hack into the Federal Reserve and make a gajillion dollars?
Well, I mean, at least, some of them had incredibly wealthy parents, and they hid behind mommy and daddy and their highfalutin jobs and how their parents had money.
Hey, you talked about having those little snap pop things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man, those things were dangerous. Some of my friends would snap them right in their hands. I was afraid to do that.
Well, Joe's a wussy.
That seemed silly.
You know, in Arizona, you're not allowed to have aerial fireworks. Non-aerial, non-explosive fireworks are permitted. So that means your sparklers, your snap pops, your, these sorts of things.
It can be like a fountain, right? It can sit on the ground and it can let off, visual. I don't even know what you would call it. But
that's good.
It can't explosive. When I think explosive, like there's some that I've heard that I think are loud. Are those allowed or not?
Not supposed to be.
Okay.
So, at the risk of sounding like Joe Dirt, we would be allowed Roman candles, sparklers, poppers, snakes, helicopters, ground snipers, ground spinners, and multiple tube fireworks. So you could have some tubes like the Roman candles. But in this case, we're talking mortars. So how hard is it to get a hold of a mortar? Well, first of all, you could go to Nevada. You
can get everything there, right?
You would think. Or New Mexico. Any of those neighboring states, they have most consumer fireworks are permitted. So as long as you're not setting up something that you would use for a municipal 4th of July show, you can get it. And then I looked, how hard is it to get a hold of these? Well, you can go to any number of places online, reloadable mortars from fireworks.com, mortar fireworks from usfireworks.biz, consumer mortars from Pyro Direct. You can just order them up, Joe.
That's where I like to get all my mortars, Pyro Direct.
Well, I mean, what are you going to do, Pyro Indirect?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
What's the matter?
Pyro Amazon?
That would work too. So evidently getting a hold of all this stuff is not that hard. And if you are worried about the consequences, I mean, intensive probation could be in your future if you try to kill 6 or 7 kids.
That's like probation with a couple burpees.
Oh, very intensive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hey, join us this Wednesday at noon for a special program on immigration in Arizona today. Alongside our TV partners at ABC 15, we're going in depth on the ongoing immigration and customs enforcement actions and the response by diverse communities in Arizona. You can catch the special tomorrow at noon on KTAR 92.3 FM, the KTAR News app, and on the KTAR News YouTube channel.
Dink, pickles, and Gamecocks gracing the headlines today in stories you may not have heard about, but you should. You're going to find out why these salacious-sounding stories are simply new takes on old words next on The Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Now, many of you have that architecture that was really popular in the 70s and the early 80s. You know, it's got the big round windows. That's what I had in my place, too. I had the big rounded windows. And you might be thinking to replace those windows has got to be pricey. No, not when you use advanced window products. With advanced window products, they're all about doing business the right way, and they save you money when you need windows or doors for your home. I had one of the more expensive places come out and measure my windows, and they gave me an outrageous quote. But when it comes with advanced window products, you're talking about the best quality glass, Cardinal glass, the best in the business, and quotes that are going to beat 95% of all the competitors out there. And with zero down and 0% financing and approved credit with payments as low as $150 a month, can you afford not to have new, better windows in your home? Now, the great thing about this, family-owned company. Built in Phoenix, installed by the professionals who are also your neighbors, and they're guaranteed for life. Their life, not your life. The life of your house. So, what are you waiting for? Get a hold of advanced window products, improve the aesthetics of your home, save money on energy, and right now, buy 10 windows or more and you get $2,500 off, right? 10 windows or more and you get $2,500 off. Call them at 480-764-2002. Let me give it to you again. 480-764-2002. Remember it, 480-764-2002 for advanced window products.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Hello, I'm Scott Pfeiffer, founder of Sonora West Development. For over 20 years, we've been turning dream homes into reality right here in the Valley. From timeless architecture to custom finishes, every detail is built around your vision. We don't just build homes, we craft spaces where life happens. It's more than construction. It's collaboration, creativity, and care. Let's bring your dream to life. Visit SonoraWestDev.com to get started. Again, that's SonoraWestDev.com.
What if we get the same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Ben 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
On July 3rd and 4th, enjoy fireworks spectacular shows at Chase Field presented by Bar S. Secure your tickets to celebrate Independence Weekend at dbax.com.
KTAR News now.
3:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Attorney General Chris Mays has joined lawsuit number 19 against the Trump administration. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live in the News Center to tell us more.
It focuses on spending cuts from the Trump administration, which has also been the subject of past lawsuits. AG Mays explains this one is different as it focuses on a separate set of canceled grants to 9 different federal agencies.
Grant programs from the EPA, the Department of Labor, and a number of other departments that are separate from those previous lawsuits.
And she says those cuts affect tens of millions of dollars earmarked for Arizona communities. Past but similar lawsuits Mays joined against the Trump administration include one focused on cuts to public health grants and another challenging the federal government ordering all agencies to pause funding to states. Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
The Supreme Court has ruled that the Trump administration can resume deportations of migrants to third-party countries. ABC News correspondent Peter Charalambous joined Arizona's Morning News to explain the details of the ruling.
The Trump administration can resume this process of deporting individuals to what's called the third country. So this is a place where they're not actually from, where they don't have an order of removal.
Charalambous says that normally speaking, the law would require that these migrants have about 2 weeks to file a legal claim before they're deported. Amazon says it will start offering same-day delivery to communities where shopping for products can be a challenge.
In a new $4 billion investment, Amazon announcing it will offer same-day and next-day delivery to 4,000 small rural communities in the U.S. where currently shipping times can be lengthy and grocery stores a long distance away. Jamil Ghani is vice president of Amazon Prime. He says it will mean stocking often ordered items like paper towels and batteries for same-day delivery near smaller communities.
Regionalizing our network and using hybrid hubs.
It comes as Walmart is ramping up its 30-minute drone delivery of items, expanding to 5 new cities. Alex Stone, ABC News.
Time to check those roads again. Here's Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. Just a couple of rough spots right now. The 101 Pima Freeway eastbound slows down at Scottsdale Road and 64th Street. That's due to a crash in the left shoulder of the Loop 101 westbound near 64th Street. So just going to take a little extra time. I think it's already clearing up just a little bit. And in Tolleson, you've got a wreck at northbound 83rd Avenue right as you're heading to get onto the I-10. Traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour each week as he empowers and educates those in or near retirement. Sundays at 2 p.m. right here on KTAR. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
It'll be clear tonight, 78 for the low. Tomorrow's high, 105. Climbing to 107 Thursday and 109 on Friday. Not hitting 110. At least not before the weekend. 102 right now in Chandler. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. For the replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp. While Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton never actually said he was against President Trump bombing Iran, he said he had serious questions about it. So on the next Arizona's Morning News, we'll ask the congressman if his questions got answered.
And every day, right after Becky Lynn's 3:30 News, we touch on the other big headlines, and we ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
Okay, Christopher.
Yes, sir.
The NBA Finals and Stanley Cup Final are over. I think we should review your predictions real quick. I believe you had Pacers in 6 and Oilers in 6. Is that right?
No, I think I had Thunder in 7, and I think I had Panthers in 6.
Okay. How do you plan to spend the next 2 months now that all we've got is Major League Baseball, WNBA, and a little bit of international football from a sports standpoint? Because you watch a lot of TV. I want to know anything in particular I should be streaming.
From sports or just from TV?
Just period.
No, sports. This is kind of the doldrums. Even Sports Talk will tell you that this is the doldrums of their entire season. This is when you have they start kind of grasping at what can we do to try to stir up some excitement and create some topics. It's when you see the most creative people in our industry really flex their muscles when they go, how do we keep an audience interested in sports talk radio during the doldrums of summer?
Well, so
because we're early on in the baseball season, it hasn't really heated up yet.
If I'm going to flip on the tube, give me something to watch then.
Okay, so Apple TV. I told you I like Apple TV.
Mm-hmm.
I'm an Apple TV fan. I've been watching a couple of shows on there that I would recommend.
Okay.
Stick. That's a golf show.
Okay. Stick.
Okay, that's got Owen Wilson in it. I've been watching that. I like it. Murderbot, which is not the kind of violent show that you might suspect from a show entitled Murderbot, but it's pretty good.
Stick and Murderbot. Got it.
Yeah. Or Your Friends and Neighbors.
Okay.
Which is pretty great, too. And again, that's on Apple TV.
Okay.
I do like Apple TV, and I'm trying to think of some of the other that I like to watch. Oh, Welcome to Wrexham is going on. The new season of Welcome to Wrexham is happening on Hulu.
Oh, I got
or
Hulu.
FX.
Okay.
Yep. So if you haven't watched, have you watched that at all?
No.
Oh, start at the beginning. It's solid.
Okay.
It's pretty good.
I will check.
So those are the ones I'm watching right now.
Okay. All right.
Was that exciting?
It was exciting. Yeah.
The University of South Carolina, home of the Gamecocks, announcing they're adding an annual and mandatory $300 athletics auxiliary fee to the next school year. That's on top of their existing $172 fee that allows students to attend all Gamecocks sporting events. It's a total, if you're keeping track, of nearly $500 that all students will be paying. This is as a result of the NCAA settlement that allows for colleges to pay students directly. ASU students currently pay $100 a semester for the student athletic fee, which supplements and supports the operations of Sun Devil Athletics. Do you think that ASU and other Power 5 conference schools are going to start following South Carolina's lead and hitting the student body for more money in order to pay their athletes?
Of course. I remember even back in the day when I went to ASU, they charged a fee, and I don't remember how ridiculous it was, but it was to use like the student rec center.
The rec center
regardless
fee.
of if you went and used the student recreation complex or not, you got charged the fee. And
this is all on top of your tuition.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I wasn't. I know you think I'm Mr. Silver Spoon, but I wasn't. I wasn't full ride scholarship or anything like that. I had to, pay to go to school and got good grades, but I wasn't Mr. Straight A's. No, other schools are going to, without a doubt, do that. I'm sure they'll sneak it in. I'm sure it'll probably be. They will charge you just enough to keep you still going to school there. Whatever that number is the number they want to hit.
Supply and demand. They're going to hit the supply and demand, right?
Yeah, but don't talk econ to me because that was my worst subject in school.
Oh, that was a bad one, yeah.
Not good.
Oh, also, Resident Alien on Peacock. If you haven't watched Resident Alien, Alan Tudyk is in that, and he is spectacular. So there's another show.
Is that better or worse than Stick?
They're both pretty good.
Okay.
Resident Alien, Stick is only like 7 episodes total. Resident Alien is on their 4th season now. So.
Dude, you got to understand, I watch like an hour of TV a week.
And why is that? Because you waste your time doing other things like reading.
And walking and running, yeah. And podcasting.
No, don't do that.
Okay.
All right. Back to you.
A new pickleball and dining destination called Dink and Dine Pickle Park. Say that 3 times fast.
Nope.
Is set to open later this summer in Mesa. Dink and Dine Pickle Park is expected to launch its preview phase. First drink, a taste to dine for, in late July. Full-scale programming activations and an expansive menu are expected to be rolled out in mid-October. Chris, what am I missing with pickleball? How is this sport so popular? Tennis is totally left in the dust. Racquetball, totally for old loser guys. But pickleball is where it's at. What am I missing? Because I don't get it.
Well, you're missing the dinking.
Uh-huh.
And the dunking.
Okay.
Yeah, so...
That's
Those are the things there's a lot of dinking and a lot of dunking.
I walk by the park and I see people doing this.
Yeah.
And it just looks like, now I don't want to seem disrespectful when I say this, but
there's no way around it. Say it.
It looks like tennis for lazy people.
That's really what it is. So you've got a couple of things going on here. Let me do a quick analysis on this.
Mm-hmm.
It's familiar because it's similar to tennis, table tennis, other racket sports.
Mm-hmm.
It gets you outside, but it's also easier. So it's easier for people to get involved in. Joe, you obviously you're a privileged white kid, so you must have played a lot of tennis growing up.
No.
When you weren't on the golf course, I'm sure you were playing a lot of tennis and probably polo.
I did a lot of golf. I would smash a ball with a tennis racket at my parents' place, but I never played tennis growing up.
Okay. I'm kind of surprised by that. But you do know that tennis it's work.
Yeah.
There's a lot of running. There's a lot of sprinting. It's a lot of it's fast twitch, and there's a lot of ground that you got to cover.
Yes.
Pickleball allows people like me with bad knees to get out there and still enjoy the game.
Do you play it?
I have not, but my wife says I have to. But she's old too,
mm-hmm.
so keep that in mind. So she doesn't want to play tennis because she's uncoordinated and old. and I'm fat and old. And so I think this is it's familiar enough, but it's also easy enough to get involved, and it's not expensive to get involved in it either.
No.
So I think it explodes in popularity. In many cases, you see a lot of tennis courts that are going unused in public parks.
That's what they did in my park.
Right. This gives new use to it. Like you said, that it wasn't being used, but now it's been converted into a pickleball, and it's super popular. So yeah, you're missing, man. You're missing it.
I guess.
But you never played tennis, so how can you even be on team tennis? It doesn't make any sense.
It at least looks athletic.
Is it that it's not expensive enough for you in your privileged world to be able to play?
Yes, because running is so expensive.
That I know how many you go through those super expensive shoes, about one pair a week, and all that running you do.
Definitely not a pair a week.
I know you do.
And I go to the outlet center to get them.
Yeah, the luxury outlet center.
Exactly.
The rest of us call it Fashion Square. The last few days have been a whirlwind of military chaos in the Middle East. You've got Israel, Iran, the U.S., Iran, U.S. via Qatar, and eventually a ceasefire. Now, you may have heard the discussion yesterday on a special edition of the War Room with Outspoken's Bruce and Gatos. Did you, after all of that, figure out who came out a winner in the scuffle? You're going to find out who won big and who lost bigly next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
In baseball, having the right game plan is key to winning. The same applies to your finances. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth. When it comes to managing money, you need a strong team. And that's why we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Thanks, Jeff. Success demands a smart strategy and a strong support team. With Trajan Wealth, I have both. They created a personalized plan that helps me grow and protect my wealth, direct my investments, and ensure my retirement is well planned, so I can focus on winning games.
That's right, Tori. We build personal strategies to help secure your financial future, so you can enjoy life today without worrying about tomorrow.
And that's why I trust Trajan. If you want a financial team as committed as mine, call Trajan Wealth today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
KTAR News Flash.
3:47. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. We're focused on the missile strikes between Iran and Israel, but Russia is intensifying its strikes on Ukraine. with more civilians targeted. ABC's foreign correspondent Patrick Revel reports.
One of the strikes hit close to a passenger train, but this, in general, we've seen in the past few weeks an intensification of these sorts of attacks. A Russian attack on Kyiv killed nearly a dozen people. Most experts believe that as the peace talks have faded and as President Trump has seemed to lose interest and turn the U.S. away from this conflict, we've seen Russia step up the attacks and indiscriminate attacks on residential areas.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Taking a look at the afternoon roads right now, Heather Larson is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Reports of a disabled vehicle on the left shoulder of the 10 eastbound near the Loop 303. And in Scottsdale, we got a crash on the left shoulder of the 101 westbound Pima Freeway near 64th Street. Slower right now is the area right at 56th Street. The traffic from earlier is moving west. In Phoenix, you've got a crash at 63rd Ave and Lower Buckeye Road. And in Tolleson, a wreck reported at northbound 83rd Avenue and the 10. Traffic is brought to you by New Vision Auto Glass. Tired of looking through a cracked windshield? Get it replaced with New Vision Auto Glass and get up to $375 cash back. It's easy. They'll come to you. NewVisionAutoGlass.com. For KTAR News, I'm Heather Larson.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You can get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors right now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Guys, if you feel drained, if you have low energy, brain fog, maybe trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Today's men have lower testosterone than ever before thanks to stress, poor diet, lifestyle. But Red Mountain Weight Loss has the solution. They offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or a tablet. We're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-strength testosterone because the truth is nothing out there can boost testosterone like actual testosterone. It helps you think clearer, sleep better, build muscle, and boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. If you have low T, you can start for free this month only at Red Mountain. Regain your energy, strength, and vitality at redmountainweightloss.com. You can go to redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain, real testosterone, real doctors, real results.
Friends, it's Pat. I finally did it. Sometimes you just need to get off the grid and get some time to think, like way off. So I hopped into my all-new 2025 4Runner with available iForce Max engine and took off, which is me, the 4Runner and good old Mother Nature. Unfortunately, that's when I realized it was also Taco Tuesday. So I ended up coming back that night. I mean, priorities, right?
Right now, get low 2.99% financing for 72 months on the new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.75% for 60 months on any new Tacoma. Plus, check out the all-new 6th generation 4Runner, now at your Valley Toyota dealer. Shop anytime at valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.75 with $18.76 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp. While Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton never actually said he was against President Trump bombing Iran, he said he had serious questions about it. So, on the next Arizona's Morning News, we'll ask the congressman if his questions got answered.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, on the KTAR News app, and streaming on the KTAR News YouTube channel. The great Gatos from Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos joins us in the studio. And Gatos, you ever say anything about your wife on the air and come to find out she's listening?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That. How bad was it?
Well, Joe was asking me about pickleball, and he asked if I played, and I said no, but my wife wants me to because she's old. And that's what old people do. And
you said something worse. Didn't you say worse than that? You said she's old and unathletic. I think you threw in there.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
So, anyway, she hit me up on text, and she says, "You're old. Really old." Yeah,
what are you thinking, man? Come on. Why would you do something like that?
Come on, you got to at least do the voice that you do around me for your wife.
Oh, you're old.
There you go. She has to appreciate that, right?
You're athletic. You're ridiculous. I'm gonna drink my Geritol and go to bed.
You're making it worse, man.
Yeah, I know.
Way better.
That's true. That's true. Hey, Gatos, you guys had that war room yesterday, and then about what was going on in Iran.
Yeah.
And then Becky Lynn was telling us that we got a new report out that says that the bombing of the nuclear sites in Iran didn't really collapse all the nuclear facilities, and they say it really only set the nuclear program back by a couple of months. So we get this ceasefire that's kind of tenuous. They didn't really cease fire right away, but it sounds like they're getting around to not killing each other. Did we figure out who the winners and losers are in all of this?
I think Iran's a winner today, right now. I think if their nuclear sites survived, they're not destroyed. And I think that they're probably celebrating that. I mean, with 14 bunker buster bombs, and it didn't do the job, apparently. We're going to talk to our military guy in the 4 o'clock hour. I mean, I'm surprised. It seems like the military operation went well. It just seems that the mountain, it was too far deep in the mountain. But I got to tell you, like, if I'm Trump and I'm talking to Netanyahu, and he goes, listen, we've kind of paved the way. All you got to do is bomb their nuke sites. If I'm Trump, I'm like, will these bombs work? I want 100% guarantee that they're going to work. I'm not sending people over there to bomb something that's not going to get destroyed.
Well, that's a good point.
And so, I think Netanyahu totally left Trump out in the cold here. That's just my guess, because it doesn't look like it was a military success now. Yesterday it looked like it, and today it doesn't. So if you're Iran, you're like, this is a good day for us.
Yeah, and I think not only that, but all their proxies, too, don't you? I mean, a ceasefire just means that they get time to kind of regroup.
You got to undo the ceasefire and start bombing their nuclear sites again. That's what I say.
Oh, okay.
Get rid of
we make the ceasefire?
Yes. And if we make the ceasefire, we can cancel the ceasefire. That's the rule, I thought.
We get a do-over.
I would not a do-over. Let's take a second shot at this stuff.
Oh.
All right.
But
Secretary of Defense Gatos.
That's why I don't do that kind of stuff.
All right, looking forward to what you guys have coming up with Outspoken starting at 4 o'clock. I'm curious about what your military expert's going to say, too. I'm really looking forward to hearing about that. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. Also, Joe, I was reminded that she's the most amazing, beautiful, sporty wife, and I'm very lucky to have her, and I should remember that and announce it every day on the radio.
That's your other wife, right?
This is my current wife.
Okay.
That says that.
Okay, got it.
So that's just giving you an update.
Okay.
I'm very fortunate.
Okay.
Joe, has anything else to add?
No.
Thank God. Back again tomorrow, 2 o'clock. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Hey, June is Men's Health Month. Let me hit you with some tough truths here, guys. Heart disease and cancer, they're the top 2 killers of men, and most of the time, you won't even feel it coming. 1 in 2 men will be diagnosed with cancer in their lifetime, and heart attacks, most are silent and deadly. Here's the thing, though. Lifeguard imaging can detect heart disease, hundreds of forms of cancer, and more before symptoms even show up. Their high-accuracy CT scans are fast, painless, and could literally save your life. I got mine, and the peace of mind that I felt after it was all done, a 4-minute scan, it was priceless. Here's their phone number, 602-483-4837, or visit lifeguardimaging.com. Right now, if you book your consultation with Lifeguard Imaging today, as a first-time patient, you'll receive a free heart scan. 60% of men say they don't go to the doctor unless something feels wrong. But by then, it could be too late. And when a husband or father gets sick, it rocks the whole family. Be the guy who gets ahead of that. Don't let that happen to you. Take the guesswork out of your health. Go to Lifeguard Imaging today or call 602-483-4837. 602-483-4837. Lifeguard Imaging, saving lives through early detection.
Hi, Jamie West here for Beatitudes Campus in North Central Phoenix. Have you ever heard of a life plan community? It's a vibrant lifestyle where you enjoy independent living today with a smart plan in place if your needs ever change. Curious? Take a tour, meet the people, feel the difference. And right now, save big with the Summer of Super Savings. Visit beatitudescampus.org, beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus, celebrating 60 years of serving seniors.
If you've got great credit, then why are you financing your home the same way those with poor credit do? You know, stretching the payments out over 30 years, paying all the interest up front, no access to your equity. Yeah, your mortgage should match your credit and how you
handle your finances. At Life Changer Loan, you're in control. You can pay down, pay off, borrow back, and do it all on your timeline. I mean, it's up to you. You've earned it. If you've got great credit and you're good with your money, you need LifeChangerLoan.com, where it's not magic, it's just math.
We all like cash, right? No one likes clunkers. Paul Calvisi here, and this is where Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, they step in with cash for clunkers. Yep, trade in your old clunker AC and get $3,000 off a new AC unit right now. That's right, say goodbye to the clunker AC and say hello to cold, hard cash while it lasts. $3,000 off a new AC unit when you trade in your old inefficient AC. And let me tell you, that's one of the best decisions we've ever made as homeowners. Total game changer. When we recently got brand new AC with Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, we got rid of that old outdated AC that I'd fixed 3 out of 4 summers. What was I even doing? Seriously, this new technology is so much more efficient. We have saved so much more money on our summer AC bills, and now is a great time to upgrade and save during the Cash for Clunker sale. Get $3,000 off a brand new energy-efficient AC system when you get rid of that old clunker AC. Terms and conditions apply. Visit dayandnightair.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
It's 4 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. The fragile ceasefire between Israel and Iran appears to be holding for now, but earlier today, both sides launched strikes against each other. Iran claimed it didn't, but Israel said it did, and that it killed 4 people in southern Israel. Israel then launched its own strikes that it called retaliatory. And this says there are questions as to how much of Iran's nuclear program was decimated by the U.S. strike over the weekend. At the State Department, spokesperson Tammy Bruce said she agreed with President Trump's assessment that it was totally destroyed.
Regarding the issue that was in the forefront of the president's mind, that he made clear over and over again that they will not have a nuclear weapon. And now they will not have a nuclear weapon.
A member of the Iranian parliament says that Iranian officials will no longer comply with international nuclear inspectors. She'll continue to wait for answers, so says Arizona Congresswoman Yasamin Ansari, after the Trump administration postponed a briefing for members of Congress on the U.S. strikes against Iran's nuclear program. Ansari tells CNN she's heard a very loud and clear message.
My constituents don't want to see the United States take military action like this when it's not our conflict or our war.
Ansari, who is Iranian-American, says she hopes the ceasefire between Israel and Iran will hold.
This is the 19th time we've had to do this to protect our Constitution and the rule of law.
Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays joining another lawsuit against the Trump administration, focused on spending cuts.
It did so using a clause in a regulation that it is not allowed to use in this way, and so we decided to sue.
Core to the lawsuit is a legal provision that allows federal agencies to cancel grants based on their priorities. But Mays says that does not apply to already approved funds. She adds the president's cuts have impacted millions of dollars in Arizona. A game of chicken at the Arizona legislature over the 2026 budget. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the news center to give us an update.
The state house is refusing to take up the budget passed in the Senate last week, opting to pass a continuation budget instead. In committee, Appropriations Chair David Livingston urged members to pass the continuation budget now, and they could reconvene in a special session later this summer to fully fund other priorities.
Maybe we have an education special session, and we come back for education, which would include universities, K-12.
The government will shut down on June 30th without a final budget, and the Senate has already adjourned for the summer. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
And the full House is expected to vote on that continuation budget later today. The next phase in the evolution of the aviation industry has taken flight. ABC's Jim Ryan tells us about a short but historic journey across the New York metropolitan area.
Without traffic jams, detours, or signal lights, the trip was about 40 minutes.
This is a 100% electric airplane that just flew from East Hampton to JFK with passengers on it, which was a first for the New York area.
Kyle Clark of Beta Technologies piloted the flight with 4 passengers.
The most transformative thing is that you drastically reduce the cost of flying.
About $8 worth of electricity for the 80-mile trip. The goal is to launch an all-electric airline service in the next 2 years. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Let's check on our afternoon ride home now, right there on the roads with Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Traffic slow in the usual places like the 10 from the mini stack to the stack westbound. Also, you got a part of Scottsdale that just slowed due to a wreck, and that's at 87th Street in Raintree. That is near the 101, but the good news is it's not causing any problems on the 101. In Phoenix, we got a crash at 63rd Avenue and Lower Buckeye Road. It's slow between 59th and 67th Avenues in both directions. And in Tolleson, a wreck at northbound 83rd Avenue at I-10. That backup extends to Van Buren. And traffic is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. I'm Heather Larson in the KTAR newsroom.
78 should be our overnight low temp, and tomorrow just a little warmer at 105, 107 on Thursday. Currently in Chandler, it's 102 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Enough of the excuses. I'm tired of it.
Speaking up for Arizona.
For the last time, I'm a hard no.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. What? Bruce. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 1.
Oh, a lot of people tell you it's the best of the hours.
Hope you're watching the KTAR YouTube channel.
If you are, this has been my best day.
I can't see you. You're in black. There's like it's a black screen. You can see
No,
my gorgeous faces right here.
Yeah.
The Becky Lynn camera was working.
Becky Lynn cam works. Gatos cam
there
works.
She is.
Hello, hello.
Bruce cam, not so much. Which, again,
gee.
for those of you watching, you're welcome. You're welcome.
So this happened the other day.
Oh.
Not with you guys, but with Chris and Joe. And it was Chris's camera who was off, and that would have been yours, Gatos.
Oh,
so
they should turn both of their cameras off. Have you seen them?
Here we go.
Yikes.
Yeah.
All right, Donald Trump cursed today.
We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that...
Hold on, do we bleep it?
We're about to find out.
Okay, let me
run
play
it on
again.
delay.
You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand that?
Wow.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I got it.
Oh. Even with the bleep, I think
Even with the bleep.
very clear.
Yeah, I think we know why he cursed today, and it's probably not because, well, there's a ceasefire and they're still shooting at each other. That would tick me off.
Yeah.
Something maybe a little bit bigger. He may have gotten a phone call today, and they said, Mr. President, we have to tell you something.
Uh-oh.
And then they told him.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you, like, he's pissed off today. he's not happy today.
Did he fire some generals today?
I don't think it was the general's fault.
No, I'm just saying for telling him bad news that he doesn't like.
Go ahead and say it. Go ahead. I can't even make myself say what you're going to say. I can't
Is this
it.
the I told you so portion again?
No, that's later.
Okay, that comes later.
Yeah, that's later.
According to the Pentagon's intelligence assessment of the attack.
Oh, no.
The strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities did not destroy the nuclear program and probably only set it back by months. The White House, of course, said that's flat out wrong and is just meant to be mean to President Trump. The Pentagon says, yeah, that's not our job.
According to this initial report, and the caveat here is that this can change as more intelligence assessments come out.
Ooh. There's a chance that maybe...
So you're saying there's a chance?
Maybe there's a chance that we blew it up.
Which was highly classified. This report says that the U.S. believes, based on this early report, that significant damage was done, but that was mostly to the above-ground structures, not to the ones deep underground. And according to one person, the enriched uranium was not destroyed, and the centrifuges are largely intact.
So according to... We have like a satellite imagery. You can see it. And I was looking at a whole string of them out there.
I have my head down. I'm rubbing my eyes.
You're rubbing your eyes. Entrances to the facilities were sealed off. The entrance to the tunnels, the caves, whatever you want to say, the underground, were completely blown up. There was mounds of dirt on it. So it doesn't look like you can get in or out of them, at least from that way.
Yeah.
But, and that's the only thing that matters, much of the facilities, which are deep underground, remain intact.
All right, so you got to undo the ceasefire. Right?
Also,
no.
CBS News is reporting sources have confirmed that Iran's enriched uranium stockpile was moved prior to the strikes.
This is a disaster.
According to the same intelligence assessment. So we bombed nuclear sites that had centrifuges, which are absolutely necessary for enriching uranium, but that the uranium wasn't there anymore, which is the hardest thing to get. I haven't made a nuclear bomb lately, but and it appears that maybe the bombs or it was deep enough underground that it wasn't completely, totally destroyed by the bunker buster bombs. Here's another reason that you might say it. I showed you this. When did we drop bombs on their facility? Saturday. There are images from Sunday and Monday that show new craters, which they're saying means Israel went back and struck those sites again.
Okay, so do we have intel that we crushed the nuclear plants because of what Israel did after what we did?
Not necessarily.
All right, great.
Well, because Israel doesn't have the ability to get that far underground.
I know, yeah.
But they can blow up things on the surface, and it appears that they might have.
Two things.
Okay, there's
three things. This is bad news.
Bad news.
I mean, it's bad news. This is.
Oh yeah,
this is terrible. It seems that our military did everything right. They dropped the right bombs in the right places. The intel was right.
Yeah.
But my goodness, if you're President Trump, did you get duped by Netanyahu? Because if I'm on the phone with Bibi Netanyahu, and they've already done all the heavy lifting. They bombed
They took all the radar sites, all the surface-to-air missiles. There was no defense against bombers or planes.
And Trump says... Bibi says to Trump, all you got to do is drop these bombs right there, and this is it. It's over. And I'm sure Trump said, how do I know that it's going to be 100%?
Trust me.
Oh, my gosh. Because if that happened, then he hornswoggled them.
Yeah, again.
Right?
I don't want Iran to have nuclear weapons, full stop, period. I didn't think, I don't think the attack was necessary, and B, I was questionable from the beginning that it would be successful.
Because of the mountainous area?
Because of, again, people assume the Iranians are morons.
Mm-hmm.
They built this one facility, and they have multiple ones, don't get me wrong, that we know of. They might have some we don't know of. They built it under a mountain. It's deep under the bunker buster bomb is not some guarantee. It doesn't go to the Earth's core. Right. Anything underground, we're going to get it. There is a possibility that it was deep enough. There's a possibility that there was enough like concrete and steel reinforcement over top of it that you just can't bomb it away. Do you know what I mean?
How do you keep a nuke out of Iran's hands now that we know we can't bomb our way?
Well, you would think that would have to be diplomacy.
Not with Iran.
Well, I'm just saying.
I'm going to say this, and I don't like it, but is the only way you're going to get, well, it didn't work militarily, if that's what it looks like, okay?
Although the military part may not be over, but yes.
It looks like it didn't work militarily.
Yeah.
Okay. How else can you do it? Because the force of the American military did not take out those nuclear facilities. How do you guarantee that Iran doesn't have a nuke? Sorry, but isn't it regime change? Don't you have to?
Well, you assume the next regime doesn't want nuclear weapons either.
You've got to go in. I'm just saying, you can go in, clean out.
Oh, my God.
The Ayatollah Khomeini, clean him out, right?
Yeah, but there's another Ayatollah beneath him. There's like a vice Ayatollah.
But then you have to get on the ground in there. I'm just saying, this is what it is. You have to get on the ground, and you have to dismantle it yourself, or you've got to blow it up yourself.
Yeah,
the only thing that I can think of is now, I bet you regime change is way back on the table. I guarantee it.
Okay, I have a. Can I ask you a question,
please?
No, I'm being serious.
No,
here.
I want to answer it, please.
Is Iran closer or farther away today to getting a nuclear weapon?
It sounds like the same. It's the same.
Maybe here's why. Let me load the question for you. Is the attacks and the pressure on them going to make them ramp it up, saying we got to get this done soon? Because the only way we can guarantee we don't get invaded is if we have a nuclear weapon, i.e. see North Korea.
Well, again, they can't do anything for a couple months. This is going to slow them down for a few months, which really, that's a total disaster for America. You think a couple of months we slow them down, that's not good.
Because it remains to be clear how close they were to getting one.
Well, let's say they were close.
Right. Were they weeks away, months away, or years away? And so if you push them back a few months, I still don't know on the timeline how devastating that is.
I don't want a regime change. I've said it before. I was totally for Trump bombing these nuclear sites. I'm surprised that they're still there, intact somewhat. I am surprised.
I'm not.
But I'm just saying, if you want to guarantee that they don't have any nukes, you're probably Israel. You got to go in on the ground. You've got to go.
Israel doesn't have the capability to do that.
I'm just saying, you've got to go to war with Iran, and you've got to invade the country, and you've got to take out whoever you take out, and then you've got to go and get the nukes, because that's the only way you're going to do it.
Yeah.
Because we can't do it from the air. But we just found that out.
Right. It may not be possible. But we always said it may not be possible from the air to ever know 100%. Remember, we said that before. If you're only bombing from above and you're looking at satellites, you're like, I think we got it.
I think the military did everything that they could. They had the right plan. They came in from a different side of the country. No one spotted them. Not a bullet was.
Yeah, they didn't have anything to defend against.
But if you're looking at who's winning, I don't know. I got to tell you, today it's a win for Iran. Today they're celebrating this.
The Israeli military has about 170,000 soldiers. Since every young person under a certain age serves in the military, they have about 465,000 on reserve. So total, they have 650,000 soldiers. You're talking about some sort of invasion. I'll remind you, Iran still has over 1 million soldiers, active military.
Right.
A ground invasion of Iran, I don't think is possible. Well, certainly not by Israel.
Well, I'm not putting American troops there.
Neither am I.
So you bomb them from above, until they're so decimated, and that maybe some of their military is like, I'm leaving. There's no way I can win this one. I'm going to bail.
Yeah.
I'm going to, we heard Saddam's army was going to be
so
great.
Remember them, yeah.
And they ran like a bunch of cowards.
But remember, we're also assuming, and we're assuming they'll act rationally. I would argue, do not assume they will act rationally.
Right.
Just don't assume that, because I think you lull yourself into this is going to be a cakewalk.
It's terrible news for America, because just a couple days ago we thought, we suspected, we hoped that their nuclear facilities were gone. And now what we're finding out is
probably not.
We set them back a couple months. The damage wasn't, and I'll use the word, obliterated. Like their nuclear plants weren't obliterated like Trump said.
Can I give you one little piece of information that I read? I want to say from the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy, whatever. They said if the strikes were successful, you would have seen radiation leaks, right, from the uranium and they said there are no radiation leaks at these sites.
Which means that what, they moved some of the stuff beforehand?
The stuff wasn't there, or it wasn't destroyed. One of the two, right? Because if you blew it up, you would have radiation leaks.
Not good news today. Not good news for America today.
Check of the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for us. And then up next, the Arizona Diamondbacks are staying, Gatos, and it only costs us about $1 billion. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Aria Dental Implant Center. I want you to go to Aria Dental Implant Center right here in the Valley, a local company, and they're going to help you with your problem. Your problem is you have missing teeth. Your problem is you have broken teeth, and you don't know what to do about it. You've kind of just decided, well, I guess this is my life. I really won't be able to choose certain foods. I won't be able to, eat at barbecues with my family. If I go to dinner, I've got to be very careful about what I order. Don't live that way, because Aria believes that everyone deserves a smile that they're proud of. Here's their deal. They're going to get you a new set of teeth. Your surgeon is Dr. Joe, 20 years dental implant experience. And he is the guy that you want doing the surgery. With Dr. Joe, he'll sit down with you. He'll talk to you. He'll tell you what to expect. And I think he's going to change your life. I've talked to a lot of people that have gone to Dr. Joe and Aria. He's changed their lives. They're eating proteins now. They feel healthier. They're smiling. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:18. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. A contradiction over the level of success Saturday night strikes on 3 of Iran's nuclear facilities. While President Trump uses the word obliterated, an early report doesn't go quite that far. Here's ABC's chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce.
Iran will never rebuild it.
President Trump insists the U.S. strikes on Iran obliterated its nuclear program. But tonight, sources tell us a preliminary Pentagon report indicates at least 2 of the Iranian nuclear facilities targeted were not completely destroyed, and that Iran's program was only set back a few months.
That place is demolished.
All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get a check on the roads now. Heather Larson is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. In Scottsdale, there's an area at 87th Street and Raintree that's slowed due to a wreck. There's a backup now also at Northside and Raintree. And in Phoenix, a crash at 63rd Avenue and Lower Buckeye Road. That's still slow between 59th and 67th Avenue in both directions. And in Tolleson, that wreck at northbound 83rd Avenue at I-10. Got a little backup there going to Van Buren. Traffic is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now, back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it, Heather. Thank you very much. And this portion of the show brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical, celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
I got numbers real quick.
Numbers.
Outspoken against hunger this week. That's it. We're raising money for St. Mary's Food Bank.
What do we call it? The race
for 500,000.
500,000 meals.
Yeah, we're on the precipice, of getting 500,000 meals to St. Mary's Food Bank. And we need 69 people this week to give $100.
Okay.
That's it. We have thousands of listeners. Hundreds of thousands, by the way.
At least dozens.
No.
We have a lot.
We need 69 people to give $100. And we get, as a group, us, you, to give St. Mary's 500,000 meals. So text the word food to 620-620.
Please.
Help us reach our goal. We only need 69 people. Today's Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
We got this week. Can you give $100? We are so close. Text the word food to 620-620.
Yeah, we got some more information on that coming up as well, including More reasons why you should give. So I guess the pressure is off. The worry is done. The Arizona Diamondbacks will remain the Arizona Diamondbacks, and they will remain playing in downtown Phoenix.
Well, I mean, I think it's a good day. The governor is going to sign this bill. We have the governor on twice. What is it? Once every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
We've asked her, "Are you going to sign this?"
She's gonna,
of course, she's going to sign this.
She's already said she's going to.
But do you want to be the governor who doesn't sign it, and the Diamondbacks maybe decide to take their ball and go to another state? I know that not everybody loves what's in this deal with taxpayer money, and I understand that.
I'm
you're one of
skeptical.
Them. I get it. I like the deal. I want the Diamondbacks to stay. And I'll just ask a simple question. Are you better off as a state and financially if you allow the D-backs to leave?
But see, I don't think that's a guarantee. I don't think that's an obvious, because what we are giving up is a lot as well. At a time when the state...
what we're getting is a lot as well. We're getting a baseball team that's going to infuse billions of dollars over many years.
And it's going to cost us hundreds of millions, if not $1 billion, to get to that point. The question is that a good investment? And maybe the better question is, can we afford it? Because...
Can we afford for them to leave?
Can we afford...
No, I'm changing the question on you. I know where you're going.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, can we afford for them to leave? And I say no.
I refuse to be held hostage by sports teams.
I don't feel like I'm held hostage.
Yeah. I'm not a fan of public funds going to sports teams, full stop, period. All of them, including the teams I love.
Yeah.
So I remain consistent, at least. I like to point out that I voted against the Cardinal Stadium 3 times. I was like, not if it's a penny of my money,
you know what? Then you should not be allowed to go to that stadium and
don't worry. You regardless of whether you voted for it or not, you still have to pay to get in.
But you go all the time.
If it's taxpayer money, shouldn't I get a break? You get a locals only discount like they do at Disneyland or something? No. You don't get any break. So I think one of the questions is we're looking at a time, and the timing of it's tough. They're literally debating the budget in Arizona, and they're talking about cuts to services. At the same time, we're talking about lowering the tax revenue because we're giving money back to the Diamondbacks. So that's why I say, can we afford it?
We can't afford to allow them to leave. Downtown will be a graveyard. There's no reason to go down there anymore during the summer. Hotels will go under. We've got businesses that will go under. We've got bars that will go under. Goodness. Light rail would be... No one would be on the light rail down there, Bruce.
I don't think you were here for it when we had the governor last time, but I suggested to her...
I was on vacation, yes.
I suggested to her
that
she write a email to the Tampa Bay Devil Rays.
Okay.
And just say, hey, heard you guys might be looking for a place to play.
All right.
We need a little leverage on our side.
Crying out loud.
Don't threaten us. We got another team ready to come in. Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for us.
How dare
you. So the Iranian nuclear program survived. I guess the question is, now what? Joining us next, he's an amazing man and an incredible expert, retired Army major and military analyst Mike Lyons joins the show next right here. It's Outspoken on KTAR.
Breaking news on Israel and Iran.
President Donald Trump on Truth Social announcing an apparent ceasefire between Israel and Iran.
President Trump trying to get a deal on the table before the missiles started flying, and that came up unsuccessful. So the fact that there is an agreement here is substantial, and we'll see if this holds.
Stay with KTAR for breaking news from Iran and the Middle East on 92.3, the KTAR News app, YouTube channel, and KTAR.com.
All right, guys, you have low T, low testosterone. If you have low T, start for free this month only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. So, a lot of men suffer from low T. A lot of stress, poor diet, lifestyle. It's a health concern that Red Mountain Weight Loss can help you with. If you're feeling tired, if you're feeling sluggish, if you lose mental focus at times, if you're having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. Well, join the party. There are a lot of men out there that have this. And you know what they do? They go to Red Mountain. Here's the solution. Prescription strength testosterone. Boom. Right there. You're good. You can increase your testosterone. It'll give you more energy, muscle mass, help you sleep better. There's such an upside to this. Testosterone also helps you lose and maintain your proper weight. You're going to feel a lot better. Book your free video consultation with their licensed doctor. Tell them Gato sent you. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
When you pass away, your home and other assets could go one of two places: to the people you love or to probate court, where the government decides who gets what. Even a will won't keep your estate out of probate. But with a living trust from RJP Estate Planning, your estate could skip probate entirely. So your home, your savings, and other assets go straight to your loved ones. Without a trust, your estate could be tied up in probate court for months or even years. And your loved ones could lose a big chunk of their inheritance just to pay legal fees. Now's your chance to protect them. If you're 60 or older, you can save 65% on a living trust with RJP, trusted by over 40,000 Arizona families since 1995.
Call 480-896-9597 for your 65% savings. Call by June 26th. That's 480-896-9597. 480-896-9597.
Homeowners, the last time you needed a plumber or AC tech, did you feel like you were held hostage? Hi, I'm Wayne Decker, owner of PlumSmart Plumbing, Heating, and Air. At PlumSmart, when you need our service, we send a servant. And the best way to serve you is what we charge. Our cost is 30 to 50% less. Whether replacing a hose bib or a new Trane air conditioner, discover PlumSmart Plumbing, Heating, and Air at about half the price, because plumbers and AC guys charge too much. It's just PlumSmart.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta letting you know the biggest savings of the summer have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. No bull, folks. We're talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. So hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals won't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/30/25.
Celebrate Independence Weekend at Chase Field. Arrive early on Saturday, July 5th to get the D-backs Patriotic Tee. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
KTAR News now.
It is 4:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
This is the 19th time we've had to do this to protect our Constitution and the rule of law.
Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays joining another lawsuit against the Trump administration. KTAR's Ballin Overstolz is live now in the News Center with more.
This lawsuit focuses on spending cuts by the Trump administration. Chris Mays says recent cuts, including to grants for the Arizona Department of Economic Security, were done through a provision in the law that the admin is not using correctly. She explains.
Congress already made the decision to fund these grant programs, and then the president came in and unilaterally overturned that decision. So this is also another lawsuit that's based on the separation of powers.
And core to this lawsuit is a legal provision that allows federal agencies to cancel grants based on their priorities, but Mays says that does not apply to already approved funds. And she adds this has impacted millions of dollars in Arizona and billions nationally. Live in the News Center, Ballin over Stoles, KTAR News.
President Trump arrived in the Netherlands today for a very quick stop at the NATO summit and then heading back to the White House late tomorrow. It's a packed 24 hours with Ukraine's President Zelensky hoping for some of his time. ABC's foreign correspondent Patrick Revel reports.
President Trump on Air Force One told reporters that he would, quote, probably meet with Zelensky, but obviously showing little enthusiasm for that and also giving little indication that he intends now to start putting more pressure on Russia. And in general, I think European countries are very concerned about getting through this summit and not highlighting the big divisions between themselves and the U.S. under President Trump.
1960s and 70s teen idol Bobby Sherman has died. Best remembered for hits like this one, Little Woman, Julie, Do You Love Me, Easy Come, Easy Go. Sherman also starred in ABC's Here Come the Brides, was frequently seen on American Bandstand, and graced many a cover of Tiger Beat magazine. He eventually left showbiz for a career as a paramedic before he made a comeback in the late 1990s. Bobby Sherman was 81. Checking on traffic for us now. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. We still got a mess in Scottsdale where it's slow going on the southbound 101 Pima Freeway all the way from Via de Ventura all the way south to the 60. So allow some extra time if you're heading that way. In Phoenix, we got a wreck at 35th Avenue in Dunlap and another one at 35th Avenue just south of Glendale. Traffic is brought to you by Dolphin Pools. For a limited time, we're offering a free travertine deck upgrade on every Dolphin Pool package. To learn more, visit dolphinpools.us today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
78 tonight for the low, 105 on Wednesday, 107 Thursday. We shouldn't be at 110 or more through the rest of the week. It's 104 in Maricopa right now. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Weather replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Here we are, Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. The news over the last 24 hours, again, tough to keep up with. Breaking news every 5 minutes, right? But the latest is that intelligence reports from the Pentagon say that the attack on Iranian nuclear facilities may not have, quote, totally obliterated them. As a matter of fact, it may have only set them back months. I still think there's more assessment to come, but to help us make more sense of it, joining us right now, he's retired Army Major and military analyst Mike Lyons. Mike, first off, thank you for being with us. And secondly, what do you make of these initial reports?
Yeah, I saw both of those reports. New York Times reports and also CNN has it out right now. You know what? I still don't believe the battle damage assessment is totally complete. I'm not sure what their sources are. I think only they have satellite photos to look at. There's still human intelligence. Someone needs to go on the ground and take a look to see what's going on there. So it's hard for me to say. When you read the sources, they're anonymous. This administration, the Trump administration, still has enemies within, I think, unfortunately. But not saying it's a conspiracy theory, but it's pretty hard to think that the amount of ordnance that got dropped on that it wasn't significantly set back. So the term obliterated means completely destroyed. I'm not sure it was that choice of words wasn't maybe right. Mm-hmm. But it's clearly been delayed more than just a few months too. I mean, I just don't get that. I mean, if they were years away from a bomb, now all of a sudden they're a couple of months away from a bomb after getting bombed. That doesn't make me either.
So if we didn't destroy them completely, how big of an embarrassment is this for Trump and the U.S.?
Well, I mean, there was never any way to destroy them completely. I think that was always the mission. I think they might have oversold that idea.
Wow.
It was always going to be difficult to take Iranian nuclear capability away just using a military solution alone, which is why they spread it out, which is why, they learned from Syria, they learned from Osirak, they learned from previous attacks that the United States made.
So this is Trump's fault for overselling it. I mean, that's
I was surprised when I just saw the ceasefire. Let's go to that. I want to, go to the lead here, but I mean, the ceasefire last night was crazy. He puts out on a tweet. He puts a ceasefire. He's got it marketed. He's got the whole thing ready. Look at the bumper
12-day
stickers.
war. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got it all ready to go, ready to put it in the history books. We don't even speak to Iran, right? We don't even have a conversation with them. I don't know how we're going to go from that to having peace with them, but that remains to be seen. But so anyway, I think that he traditionally gets out in front of his skis a little bit. Now you saw the visceral reaction he had this morning when both sides weren't necessarily abiding by the ceasefire.
Ugh.
Mike Lyons joining us right now, retired Army major and military analyst. We see you everywhere all the time. That just goes to show the depth of your knowledge. It's great to have you on with us. I guess I saw some other reports, and again, the satellite imagery that you see of officials saying that Iran might have moved the uranium as well. There's the actual material may not have been in those facilities when they were bombed. I don't even know what you do with that. Do we know everything we need to know about their nuclear program, or is it possible they have sites or production that we're just not aware of?
Well, I have faith in the Israelis, knowing that if they did move that, they know where it is. I think Netanyahu alluded to that. This is the country that put pagers in people's pants, and we all know what happened there.
Yeah.
So again, I have faith in the Israelis from an intel perspective. And in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if we get some human intelligence anytime soon. We send a commando raid into Fordo and some of those places to see exactly what's going on, because that's really what's going to determine the situation on the ground. So, those reports of trucks, whether they were adding more dirt, whether they were reinforcing it, they could have been in Isfahan. They weren't necessarily in Fordo. The bottom line is, they were on their way, and that's the whole point about this operation. They were on their way. It's been delayed. The question is, the nuclear genie, again, out of the bottle. At some point, a country can develop this. It's not, you go on the internet and you can do all the steps to take uranium ore out of the ground and turn it into a nuclear bomb. The instructions are pretty clear on how to do that. I think clearly that they've been set back. The question is just how long they've been set back.
Our buddy Mike Lyons is joining us, retired Army major and military analyst. Did Netanyahu sell Trump on bombing these nuclear sites, and did he mislead the president? Because, if I'm Donald Trump and I'm talking to Bibi, and I'm like, okay, you guys have done a lot of the hard work,
the heavy lifting,
if you will. All I got to do is drop a bunch of these bunker busters, and Bibi goes, yeah, and it's over. Do you think that Trump was misled by Netanyahu?
I don't think so. I think that, first of all, Trump wants to be a winner, and he wasn't going to enter this until he knew that was going to be the case, knew that there was virtually no risk for the U.S. airmen and submariners that fired those T-slams from the sea into those targets. So I think that was part of it. I know for a fact inside the Pentagon and inside the military community that they were saying, this is what we made this weapon system for. If we're not going to drop it here, I don't know what we're going to do with it. So this is a good example of that. I was completely head faked by the B-2s going to Guam. I thought that, once again, all of warfare is deception, and I thought that was a great move because the Iranians thought they bought themselves more time, and next thing you know, the attack comes from the east, comes from Missouri. Tell me another country in the world that can fly 36 straight hours, bomb you, and get home in time for dinner.
But you make a great point. Look at what we did, and Iran is still there. So I'm thinking, yesterday, Iran is on the precipice of defeat, and now it looks like they've survived the best from Israel and the best from the United States. And I bet Iran is saying that they're winning.
Right. Well, and I think the ceasefire is too soon. I think it's shaky at best. I think the Israelis are going to do what they can to continue their campaign. Right now, the last few days, their targets were Republican Guard divisions and police stations. So the bottom line is, if there's going to be regime change, the army, the military, is going to control a lot of things because they have equipment, they have weapons, they have everything. So the Israelis, I think, are out in front of that and trying to wipe out those leaders now, as well as try to talk people into coming over to the other side. So I'm positive there's a campaign going on in the shadows in Iran right now, fomenting an uprising that could take place, but knowing full well that they have to make sure that they control the military equipment. Now, if they don't control the military equipment, they're going to have to figure a way to do that. They might use cyber attacks on the military equipment. They might have, fry some of the things that are on that equipment, because that's going to be a determining factor should there be some kind of revolution inside of Iran.
Again, Mike Lyons, our military analyst, retired Army major. Final question for you, Mike. In your opinion, did the strike on Iran make it more or less likely that Iran will ultimately have nuclear weapons? Do you see what I'm saying? Is this going to speed up their efforts to keep it secret, or will they come to the negotiating table?
No, less likely, but I don't believe Iran is going to negotiate. I think that the regime will change, and it will be a determining factor of the next regime whether we go down this path. The Iranians don't flip this switch. This leopard doesn't change its spots. It's hated us for 47 years.
Yeah.
I think, I got to ask the question today, what's the biggest impediment to peace? It's culture. I don't see all of a sudden the Iranians, I don't see that moment of, you saw Jimmy Carter and Begin and Sadat holding their hands together like this on a picture, winning the Nobel Peace Prize. And I don't see the Ayatollah and Bibi and Trump doing that. Not happening.
Fair.
So there's this huge cultural divide between us and Iran, or the Iranian leadership when we talk about the Iranian people. So I think this is a delay tactic. If I'm the Iranians right now, I say anything, do anything to get the Americans, to get the Israelis to stop bombing.
Buy time, right? Yeah.
Right. So I still think we're a ways away from any kind of real solution as to what we think the end game is going to be. But I do still believe at the end of the day, what the attack we made and what Israel has done so far has pushed out their nuclear program. Whether it's it's definitely more than months. It's likely years. It's likely in a time that this regime will never be able to do it again.
Got it.
All right, Mike Lyons, thanks for your time, man.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
All right, Mike Lyons, retired Army major and military analyst. Well, if he's saying that it's likely that in this regime they won't have a nuke, that's good. Yeah. There is some good about the bombing. It's just not as good as we thought.
And I just don't. I'm skeptical that the next regime is better.
Me too.
It could just be using history as an example.
It could be worse.
We can wish for it. Yes.
Coming up next, we are in the push to 500,000 meals. St. Mary's Food Bank. How you can help next.
Hey, I want to talk to you real quick about your retirement. It can be terrifying, right? I mean, look at things going on in the world around us. Inflation, election cycles, laws, interest rates, yada, yada, yada. All of it can, give you some sleepless nights and some indigestion if you're getting pretty close to retirement. What can you do? Well, there are strategies. There are things that the professionals at Trajan Wealth, the fiduciary advisors, can do today to help preserve the money you've saved and make sure it grows. And maybe the most important part, come up with a plan so you don't outlive your retirement. I mean, what's more terrifying than that? Going back to work at 83 years old? Exactly. Make sure that doesn't happen. Reach out to my friends, the people that I trust at Trajan Wealth. You can find them online at TrajanWealth.com, or you can just give them a call and make an appointment. There's no obligation. Ask your questions. Ask the tough questions and see the amazing answers you'll get from the experts at Trajan Wealth. It's 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
I sure wish I'd known about Phoenix Secret for weight loss sooner. I could have saved myself years of frustration losing weight only to gain it back again. I'm Jamie West. This time, I'm keeping it off because I found the secret for restoring my metabolism. That means I can keep the weight off for good. There are no shots or drugs or counting calories. The secret is eating the right combination of healthy foods at the right times of day. And it isn't just the weight loss that makes me happy. I sleep better and have more energy. Plus, I know I'm healthier. I lost 8 pounds the first week, and it didn't take long to take off nearly 50 pounds. Don't wait. Get started today, and this time next week, you could be seeing results. You can do the program in person or virtually from anywhere. Schedule your free consultation right now. Call 602-832-7440, 602-832-7440, or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other.
so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:46. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The Arizona House is working to pass a continuation budget. Essentially, it's an extension of last year's budget, and it does not include any raises for DPS troopers or the $12 million for the state's community colleges, like the Senate budget that was passed last week. The continuation budget already passed in the House Appropriations Committee. The full House will vote on it later today. Chair David Livingston suggested calling a special session later this summer to fully fund other priorities. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get a look at the road home this afternoon. Here's Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. There's reports of a wreck blocking the right lane on the 202 Red Mountain Freeway westbound near 32nd Street. And then we head to the surface streets around Phoenix. There's a wreck at 7th Street just north of Union Hills. Another one at 35th Avenue and Dunlap. And finally 35th Avenue south of Glendale right now. Just causing a little bit of slowing at those intersections. Traffic is brought to you by Primavera Online. Primavera Online Summer School, 100% online, tuition-free and accredited. Visit freesummerschool.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp. While Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton never actually said he was against President Trump bombing Iran, he said he had serious questions about it. So, on the next Arizona's Morning News, we'll ask the congressman if his questions got answered.
It's the push to 500,000 meals.
Yeah.
We're outspoken against hunger and teaming up with St. Mary's Food Bank because specifically the summer months are the most difficult times for kids. It's the time when so many of them right here in the Valley are going hungry. They don't get school meals, that breakfast and lunch that many of them get. And we're not talking about a couple dozen or thousands. We're talking about tens of thousands of kids, maybe over 100,000 that are missing meals, and in some cases, Gatos, going hungry.
Yeah. And so not on our watch. That's what we said all of June. So we partnered with St. Mary's. Our friend from Axon said,
Guys, I'm happy to match donations up to $50,000.
Oh, my Lanta.
$50,000.
Go raise the money and we'll make it happen.
All right. So we're going to try and get to $100,000 with his help. He's got 50. We're asking you to pour in 50. Here's the deal. Here's how close we are now to 500,000 meals.
Alrighty.
We need 67 more people
to
donate $100. Every $100 equals 1,000 meals.
I mean, and that alone says something, don't you think?
Yes.
Of how St. Mary's stretches your dollars. This is not a top-heavy, all your money goes to, administration. No, it goes to feed people.
Right. So all you have to do is text the word food to 620-620. 67 people. That's all we need to give $100 each. And we can deliver 500,000 meals to St. Mary's Food Bank. So earlier, about a week or two ago, we talked to Monica and Anthony. You remember them?
They are amazing, and they're an example of how St. Mary's is helping other people who are out there feeding the community.
Yeah.
St. Mary's provides food to other nonprofits, other charities that are doing amazing work, and they are an amazing example of that.
So they got like a mobile soup kitchen.
Like a food truck, right?
And they take the food from St. Mary's, they cook it up the way that they want, and they feed people for free.
Wow.
For free. They've fed tens of thousands of people. And I asked Monica and Anthony this question. Tell me a story of someone you fed that will never leave your mind.
I'll tell you about one. There's a kid that we work with right now in the community, and his name's Dylan. And the first time he came out, he kind of stood by our truck, just excited. And management was like, no, your parents got to sign up. And I said, well, the parent's not available. You know, the grandma takes care of them. They weren't available. So I said, hey, go wait by my truck. So he's super excited. So every time we go over there, this kid's waiting by my truck, waiting for food.
Chips and
He's waiting for food.
Waiting for food. But let me tell you a little bit about his backstory. So this kid has a parent who was on drugs. She was on the street. She was sleeping in a trash can in back of the community. And the trash truck came and picked up the trash can. And unfortunately, the mom passed away.
Gosh.
The father's not around as well. I believe he's deceased as well. So he's being taken care of by the grandmother. So that's when I say our heart is inside of the community and working forward, trying to pour this love into this community, and the food just brings them out.
Man, it gets me every time. Dylan doesn't have much.
That is an understatement.
And you know, he just doesn't. But when that food truck comes around, he knows he's going to get fed, and he knows he won't be hungry for the rest of the day.
Well, and I look at it like this, too. This kid is searching for a meal, is hungry through no fault of his own.
Absolutely not.
Through absolutely no fault of his own. This isn't a bad kid. He didn't do anything wrong. He's in a really tough spot. And St. Mary's and amazing people like that are out trying to help, making sure they get food, and it's a great start on a better future.
All right, how about 10 people right now? Throw in what you can.
Yeah.
We'll ask for 100, but you throw in what you can. 10 people, $100 for Dylan. Text the word food to 620-620. The push to 500,000 meals. Text the word food to 620-620. Let's do it for Dylan, man.
Here, here.
I love Dylan.
All right, Team 4 o'clock. It's on you. You got 5 minutes left. So maybe the Iranian nuclear program wasn't completely and totally obliterated? All right. Now what? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, the Lund Mortgage team wants to take your phone call, and they want to talk about how you're going to purchase your home. Maybe it's your first home. Maybe it's your fourth. I don't know, right? But let's look at the market right now. The Lund Mortgage team knows this. It's a buyer's market in the Valley. This is your opportunity to buy a house. We got almost 20,000 homes just sitting there here in the Valley waiting to be sold. We've got homeowners that are saying, okay, maybe it's time to downsize, or we want a bigger place, but we're selling our house. And you know what? We've kind of dropped the price. When have I ever said, how long has it been? How many years? Homeowners are dropping the price? Well, it's your turn to buy. It's your time to buy. I mean, you may never get a better opportunity. Call the Lund Mortgage team. They're going to get you pre-approved for a mortgage. It's free. You can't do anything until you call the Lund Mortgage team. It's step number one absolutely every time. I've used them on several different occasions. Believe me, they will take care of you. 623-875-9940, 623-875-9940, lundmortgage.com.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in, plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, Jim Sharp here along with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. And Stuart, we keep hearing about tariffs. How do they impact your strategies for your clients?
Well, Jim, tariffs can affect investment strategies, but that's once they're implemented widespread. Right now, we're just dealing with the fear of possible tariffs and the volatility that's following.
So how do you help clients navigate that?
We just stay focused on what we've always been focused on, which is true diversification.
And you don't just rely on one source to guide your portfolios either.
Absolutely. We use multiple money managers to spread the risk.
So staying informed, being adaptable, and you don't panic.
Exactly. Do not panic and make sure that you're investing at the right risk level for you.
Is your portfolio diversification in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review. AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 5 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. Two people familiar with an early intelligence assessment on Saturday night strikes on 3 of Iran's nuclear facilities challenged the use of the word obliterated by President Trump. ABC senior White House correspondent Selena Wang has more.
According to this initial report, and the caveat here is that this can change as more intelligence assessments come out,
which was highly classified. This report says that the U.S. believes, based on this early report, that significant damage was done, but that was mostly to the above-ground structures, not to the ones deep underground. And according to one person, the enriched uranium was not destroyed and the centrifuges are largely intact.
The Trump administration reportedly postponed an intelligence briefing set for today, during which members of Congress were to be updated on the U.S. strikes against Iran's nuclear program. Arizona Democratic Congresswoman Yasamin Ansari tells CNN she wants answers.
We were in the midst of negotiations. Our president was priding himself on and campaigned on the fact that he wanted a deal. To bomb a country in the middle of negotiations is going to have severe long-term consequences for this country.
Ansari says it's unacceptable Congress was not briefed ahead of the operation, and the case for it was never made to the American people. The Iranian American says she is hopeful the ceasefire between Israel and Iran will hold. AG Chris Mays has joined lawsuit number 19 against the Trump administration, challenging a new set of federal spending cuts. Mays explains cuts to agencies like FEMA and more could impact tens of millions of dollars earmarked for Arizona. Previous lawsuits Mays joined against the Trump administration include a challenge to public health grant cuts and another on the federal government ordering all agencies to pause funding to states. A continuation budget has passed in the State House Appropriations Committee, and the full House will be meeting later this afternoon to vote on it. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live in the News Center with the details.
Appropriations Chair David Livingston said it's too late to include raises for DPS like in their original budget because they're at a stalemate with the Senate.
I've even signed a letter that I think came out of your office or the association or somebody saying we should do 15% raises. I'm with you there. I apologize. I cannot do any of those today.
The House is refusing to vote on the Senate budget passed last week and negotiated with the governor. Chair Livingston suggested calling a special session later this summer to fully fund other priorities. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
7 pets have died this summer from heat, compared with 2 deaths the same time last year. Jen Armbruster with the Arizona Humane Society says keep your pets inside as much as possible when the temps are 100 degrees or higher.
So when temperatures are in the triple digits, it's only minutes outside. Let those dogs get out there and do their business and then get them right back in.
She explains it's illegal to keep your dog tethered outside when it's in the triple digits. Armbruster recommends walking your dog in the early morning or late at night to protect their paws from the hot pavement. Let's go now to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center, and that's where we find Heather Larson getting you home.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. In Mesa, we've got a wreck blocking the center lanes on the Loop 101 southbound near the Superstition Freeway. In Chandler, a crash blocking the left lanes on the 202 eastbound near the 87. And that's going to be in the center lane, basically the left 3 lanes. In other words, merge to the right if you can. In Phoenix, we got a wreck blocking the right lane on the 202 Loop Red Mountain. That's westbound at 32nd Street, and those are your main slow spots right now with traffic. Traffic's brought to you by PlumSmart, because plumbers and AC guys charge too much. Visit itsplumsmart.com to schedule an appointment. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
78 should be our overnight low temperature, and tomorrow's high about 105. That's where we've been so far today at Sky Harbor. 107 on Thursday and 109 on Friday. In Glendale, 103 degrees currently. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Whose stupid idea was this anyway?
Speaking up for Arizona.
If you think you can get away with that in my state, you've got another thing coming.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 2.
Oh, a lot of people tell you hour number 2 is the best of the hour.
Hey, congratulations if you're listening in the 4 o'clock hour, hearing us talk about how we're outspoken against hunger in June. This is the last week. We're raising money for St. Mary's Food Bank. We asked for 10 people to give $100 each.
Team 4 o'clock. How'd they do?
Done.
Wow, seriously?
Done.
Nailed it.
Done. We are on the push.
The quest.
The quest towards 500,000 meals.
Yeah.
So the 5 o'clock challenge for you. We need another 10 people.
Okay.
To give $100. So we're looking for $1,000 this hour.
Yeah.
So text the word food to 620-620.
We're feeding kids over the summer.
That's what we're doing with your help. We're not going to let kids go hungry. We're going to feed them, and Bruce and I, it's to the point we have to deliver 500,000 meals, and we're getting closer with every donation. But it's still a bit of an uphill battle. So need 10 of you. Again, give what you can. 10 of you, asking you to give $100. Text the word food to 620-620. We are getting there.
We're getting closer.
It's exciting.
But we need your help to get there, right?
Yeah.
Appreciate it ahead of time. Thank you ahead of time.
Thank you ahead of time. Absolutely.
So an initial U.S. intelligence report, and maybe the key word in there is initial.
Mm-hmm. I can play it.
Oh.
You want to hear what happened? We're talking Iran, right?
We're talking Iran.
Did we get the nuclear sites?
Yeah. Maybe not.
According to this initial report, and the caveat here is that this can change as more intelligence assessments come out, which was highly classified. This report says that the U.S. believes, based on this early report, that significant damage was done, but that was mostly to the above-ground structures, not to the ones deep underground. And according to one person, the enriched uranium was not destroyed and the centrifuges are largely intact.
That's really not good news at all.
Yeah, the report also went on to indicate that they believe Iran moved multiple batches of the uranium out of the sites before the strike, and that their stockpiles of uranium were unaffected.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to go on this. Let me go political first. Let me go with Trump, because I backed Trump on bombing the nuclear sites. When it happened Saturday, I backed him because I think that Israel did the hard work.
Without a doubt. Put themselves at risk.
We knew the 3 sites, and we have the bunker buster bombs that could possibly, obliterate everything that they worked on. And so I backed Trump. Here's what he did wrong. He oversold it. There's no question. He said it was obliterated. It was a huge success. And I'm not sure that it was a huge success. I think our military did everything that they were asked of them.
I don't think this was a failure of execution.
But when the leader of the United States tells me and tells you that it was a great success, I'm believing it. Okay, so when I heard it, I'm like, this is awesome. Iran's not going to have a nuclear weapon now. This was a good move. I still think it was a good move, but he oversold it.
Yeah.
He oversold it, and he told everybody it was game over when he was in the 3rd inning. That's the problem here. That's the issue that we have now. The other issue is he didn't know 100% that these facilities were destroyed.
Nobody could have known.
So why are you calling a ceasefire?
Oh.
Because I'll tell you right now, if I'm Trump, ceasefire's off the table. We're going to go back to work.
But it's his ceasefire.
Can't have a ceasefire. I'm pulling it off the table then.
Taco?
I don't care what you call it.
Okay.
I want to get this right. If we call it taco, if we talk and flip-flop it, I don't care. I want to get it right. And there should not be a ceasefire. We're not done. I thought we were done.
Yeah, I didn't think we're done. And I don't know if there is a done. Because I think that Americans, if you haven't paid close attention to this, and by the way, you'd be excused if you weren't. Their nuclear program in Iran is a matter of national pride. We had a parade with tanks and things. They have parades with their nuclear scientists. Like it is a part of Iranian culture that the nuclear program, it's such a big deal. And they're not just going to forget about it. It's not, you know what I'm saying? It's not just like, oh, well, we'll just have to move on. We've attacked. Israel and the United States have attacked their nuclear programs in the past. We've done it militarily, and we've done it with a computer virus. And it has set them back. And they've learned every time, don't do this, don't do that. And they've kept moving forward. I don't see what stops them from moving forward short of negotiations, because this is a part of who they are.
if it's a part of who they are, negotiations were past it.
May not.
Tried to negotiate with them for years. They're not negotiating. They're just waiting, building, trying to get that nuclear weapon finished. And so I think I don't know how you have peace. I don't know how you negotiate. We don't even talk to them, by the way.
Right. There's not a lot of communication.
No, we don't speak to Iran. We speak to somebody else.
Intermediaries, yeah.
Right. So Trump, you can tell today, was furious. I mean, he did something that most presidents haven't done on mic.
You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand that?
And listen, I get the frustration.
There's frustration.
Because I bet you he woke up and he was having his milk and his Cheerios or whatever he's having in the morning.
Cheeseburger and Diet Coke.
It could be. And they said, Mr. President, we didn't get everything.
Yeah.
And
the sites are not obliterated.
And now Trump is like, I feel, did Netanyahu sell me on like, bombing them?
Tell me it was going to be easy. In other words, all we got to do is come in, drop a few of these, and we declare victory, and I get my Nobel Peace Prize.
Well, I don't care about the Nobel Peace Prize. Maybe Trump does. I don't.
I guarantee you he does.
I know.
He talks about it a lot.
I don't care. Okay, so let me ask you this.
Yeah.
All right. We go back to Saturday. Okay?
When we initially dropped the bombs.
Yeah. We go back to Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
He had to have. If we look now back, we're playing Monday morning quarterback.
Okay.
You cannot say what he said, right?
Well, you cannot say definitively it's been obliterated, and yeah,
So
you can't.
What?
There's no way to know.
Do you say on like what other presidents have said on my direction? I sent in blah blah. We did all this stuff.
We had a tremendous military action, and
Can't call it a
we're
victory.
waiting for the assessment, but it looks like it was extremely successful and everybody's safe.
I think people would crap on him if he said that.
Really?
Yeah. Well, what he said was...
Well, he was definitive.
You can't do it.
He didn't leave himself an out.
Yeah, and it's just...
Yeah.
All right, so, quick.
Oh.
I'm pulling the ceasefire off the table.
You are.
If I'm Trump.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, does Iran and Israel know?
Because yesterday they didn't have a nuke.
Well,
right?
And I would tell you, I still don't know, and no one can tell you for sure how close they are. Nobody knows.
Well, we talked to Mike Lyons, our military analyst, in the last hour.
Mm-hmm.
He did make me feel better because when I woke up and I was having my milk and Cheerios, and I'm looking at, oh my gosh, we dropped 14 of those bunker busters, and it didn't work.
Ouch.
Mike Lyons made me feel better that it's likely not weeks or months that we've set Iran back. It's likely years. So at least it's something.
There's no doubt that we impacted their ability to enrich uranium. I don't think that's a question. The question is how much, right?
Right.
Yeah. Was it days, weeks, months, years? I think that still remains a question. But what is not a question is Iran is going to continue to try and develop a nuclear bomb.
Iran,
that goes without saying.
Iran is telling the world that they basically survived the best that Israel had and the best that America had. Part of it's true. We did not get rid of their nuclear weapons. We didn't do it. Maybe a portion of it. Maybe we set them back a little bit.
Yeah.
But it wasn't obliterated.
No.
And so far, I thought they were ready to just wave the white flag because I don't know how much more that they can really do in terms of fighting. I mean, they actually called, our government and said, hey, we're going to throw some.
We're going to fire some missiles. We got to make it look good,
save face.
Promise it's not going to hit anything.
They don't have a lot.
No, I agree. Militarily, they don't.
So I don't think that I don't think this ceasefire is working.
I think they're trying to buy time.
For what?
To finish a nuclear weapon, which they believe, and there's some history behind it, is the only guarantee they have against their country being overrun.
Well, Israel better hurry then.
What can they do? We'll find out, right?
Yeah, I think the question is what's next?
Yeah, good point.
I don't have a good answer.
Well, every 15 minutes we learn a new what's next, right?
Everything changed. Yeah.
We have a check of the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn, she's going to give us what's next right now. Okay, well, at least we'll get up to speed with that. And then up next, will you not take a job if it doesn't have a nap room and a ping pong table?
Oh.
By the way, that sounds amazing.
Have you ever had a job where you had a nap room?
No, but I'm starting to think we need one. We'll talk about it next, Outspoken on KTAR.
I'm getting sleepy, man. I got to talk to you for like 3 hours a day. All right. Let's talk about your windows. All right. You want to make your home look instantly more beautiful? Well, you start with one thing that transforms everything. Brand new windows from my friends at Advanced Window Products. New windows just don't save energy. And my goodness, we need that here in the desert. But new windows don't just save energy. They flood your home with natural light. They create these these clean lines and give your home that fresh, modern look from the inside out. And right now, Advanced Window Products, they've been doing this for almost 40 years. Nobody better in Arizona. They've got a Gato Summer Special. Buy 10 windows or more, get $2,500 off. I'll repeat that into the microphone. Gato Summer Special won't be around forever. Buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. All right? New windows change everything. It is the best way to make your home, make over your home, and it's going to be great for you. Call 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002. AdvancedWindows.com.
KTAR News Flash.
5:17, I'm Becky Lynn, and this is what you need to know right now. President Trump insists Iran's nuclear program has been obliterated. ABC's chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce explains why there are some questions.
But sources say the preliminary report from the Defense Intelligence Agency and U.S. Central Command indicates much of Iran's stockpile of enriched uranium was not destroyed because it was moved before the U.S. struck. The International Atomic Energy Agency has warned nearly 900 pounds of near weapons-grade uranium is unaccounted for.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get you home now this afternoon. Here's Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. In Phoenix, we've got a wreck with a motorcycle at Grand Avenue in Osborne. In Mesa, you got a wreck blocking the center lanes on the 101 southbound near the Superstition. And in Chandler, that crash that's blocking the left lanes on 202 eastbound near the 87. That's in the center lane, so move to the right. That's now backing traffic up from Arizona Avenue all the way up to Chandler Boulevard. So that's now also affecting the 101. Traffic is brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. Summer's a great time to get a new Toyota. Choose from best-selling models like Camry, RAV4, Tacoma, Tundra, and more. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right. Appreciate it, Heather. Thank you. Hoping everybody get home, right? You know, we talk a lot about the workplace, Gatos, and culture and the return to work. But I did think it was kind of interesting that there's a new survey out there from the people that do surveys that find that the under 30 crowd has a different expectation of what the workplace looks like than, let's say, you and I do.
All right.
We grew up with you went to work and maybe there was a desk involved or there was an office involved and you did work there. The Gen Zers, they'd like a little fun and possibly a nap or two.
It's awesome.
I'm kid you not. Are you ready for some of these numbers?
Yeah.
1 in 5. I'm told that's nearly 20%. Say a fun room with games like ping pong and recreational activities is essential and something they consider when accepting a job offer. 1 in 5, again, nearly 20%, say they won't even consider a position if the company is not pet friendly. If you can't bring your kitty or puppy or your emotional support macaw to work, they're not interested.
Well, I mean, humans, and we should probably say Americans, have never been more infatuated with their pets.
Oh, that goes without
saying.
saying.
The younger generation.
Yeah, they've taken it and kicked it up a notch.
You're a dog mom. You're a dog dad. We've heard all that stuff. I want to bring my dog to work. Okay, my goodness. So if I'm like the employer, this is what I do. I say, listen, I hear what you want.
I'm listening to you.
I'm listening.
You're seen.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring a ping pong table in.
Okay.
I'm going to allow you to bring your pet in once a week.
Once a week we have dog day.
And I'm going to take maybe 10% off your salary.
Ouch.
And you know what they'd be like?
It might be okay.
They'd be fine with it.
Yeah. They go, that's cool. How about this? A third of the under 30 crowd says we're going to need free snacks. Well, and maybe free lunch.
I actually worked that in my contract. I get free snacks.
Free snacks?
Yeah.
Well, you better share them with the rest of us.
Yeah.
I'm not sharing it.
I got to tell you what, with the prices in our snack machine, if I could get free snacks out of that, I think it'd be ahead of the game.
I got a little card that allows me to get it for free.
Look at you.
Yeah.
That's something else.
That's what happens when you're here almost 27
years.
Coming up. Do you think these things they're wanting depends on the type of job they're going for?
I think it has to do with office work primarily.
Well, I'm thinking
and
like
they're
tech people, too. They tend to spend a lot of time at the Googles and maybe,
But those places, those campuses we hear about, Microsoft, Google, Apple, they have all this stuff.
That's the thing.
And I think again, the younger generations looked at this and go, well, how come we don't have a beach volleyball court?
I'm about to hit Bruce below the belt. You ready, Becky?
Ow, okay.
You ready? Here we go. So we're talking about all this stuff.
Yeah.
Bruce used to be a boss.
Yes, I was.
Oh, I remember it well.
Yeah, I was her boss.
Did you ever fire her?
I did not.
No.
Did you ever think about it?
Nope. She was outstanding.
Okay.
He loved me.
When you were a boss.
Yeah.
You know where I'm going, right? Didn't you have PlayStations and Xboxes everywhere?
Yeah.
Okay. So why are you against what?
I don't know if I'm necessarily against
Gen Z wants when you were the one.
Yeah. I had a PlayStation in my office.
Yeah, you invited Snoop Dogg in and he'd play.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, we would play PlayStation.
What's the difference?
Yeah.
What's changed then? What's the difference?
So can I tell you the besides the fact that I love PlayStation, let's get that out of the way. I don't want to shine over. It also was a way for me to connect with younger employees because everybody that worked for me, like at the hippie hop station, was like 19 years old.
So couldn't the ping pong table do
ping
the
pong's
same
bringing
thing?
us back together?
Come on, right?
Yeah, on some level.
It helps you blow off a little steam. And, ad agencies have had stuff like this for years.
Like it's supposed to generate like a creative, if you have a creative environment and you can go and play a little bit and you'll come up with great ideas and things like that. But it's pretty interesting when you're looking at, and again, I don't know how realistic this group is or how, no, because the job market seems a little tough right now. And so if you're going to walk away from a guaranteed gig because they won't let you bring your dog in, well, maybe your expectations aren't in line with the real world.
I think you're going to find another place that's going to let you bring your dog in.
Really? Are there places that let you bring
Yes.
I think that's
There
why,
are?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's why the younger generation likes working at home.
Well, the dog's already there.
They already have the pet
Yeah.
there.
And they have snacks.
Yeah.
And they can take a nap.
Right.
They just want work to be like their living room.
And I think the younger generation actually does best when they're at home. I think they do get their work done better.
Listen, I'm fine with if it's about productivity and we can prove that you can be just as productive somewhere else, I could care less where you get your work done. Right?
And if the dog's on your lap.
Or
doesn't matter.
For example.
Or the
all
cat
right.
sitting on the computer.
No, cat is not a pet.
Yeah, cat is a pet.
Here we go. I'm bringing the goldfish into work. There's nothing I can say
Goldfish
about it.
is a pet.
Oh.
Yeah.
Cat,
Please
not
do.
so sure.
Check of the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn has got that for us. And then coming up next, has the city of Gilbert learned nothing from the Goon tragedies? We're going to be talking about it. It's up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Mike Broomhead sits down with some of the most interesting people who happen to live in our great state on the Amazing Arizonans podcast.
This is surreal for me. Someone from my youth. I'm talking with the one and only Young MC.
Download Amazing Arizonans before you hit the road this summer.
Former Maricopa County Supervisor Clint Hickman. Arizona Sports Authority Jody Jackson.
Download Amazing Arizonans for your summer road trips wherever you get your podcasts or check it out on the KTAR YouTube channel. Amazing Arizonans is presented by Resolution Copper.
All right, you're a homeowner. Maybe you're new to Arizona, and you're thinking, okay, I lived here for a little bit. Man, this water tastes bad. Yeah, we have some of the worst water on the planet. We've got a lot of chlorine in it. We've got some carcinogens that are dangerous in it. We've got those floaties. Those taste terrific, right? All you do is call Connecticut. Connecticut will make sure that you have the absolute best water system on the planet. There are people around the world that purchase Connecticut systems. Connecticut, right out here in the valley, almost 40 years in business. They are the water experts. What I love is that they live here. That's important. They've tasted the bad water. They've showered with the bad water. They understand what bad water is all about. You can go with some other company and, call 1-800 number, and they'll have somebody that's answering the phone in, like, Jersey. They don't know about your water in Arizona. Call Connecticut. All you have to do is tell them Gato sent you, and they'll take good care of you. 602-910-6570. You can visit them at aquazota.com.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
It's hot, so you gotta have shade. Hey, it's Robert from All Pro Shade Concepts. We've installed shades for thousands of homes and businesses in the valley. Everything we create is a custom fit, from roll-down shades that create an outdoor room to motorized awnings with lighting. We'll cool you down with a click of a button or the twist of a wrist. Free installation by our in-house pros, backed by warranty. Visit All Pro Shade for a free estimate. That's allproshade.com.
Gotta call All Pro Shade, shade, shade. Call All Pro Shade, shade, shade.
Insurance companies often have a basic strategy: delay, deny, defend. Some try to grind you down, but they have another tremendous weapon, a software called Colossus. They know which attorneys are great and which are not so great. They know who is likely to take the last offer and who will take them by their scalp, kicking and screaming to trial. They know that they have to pay some firms early and fairly. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. The insurance companies have done their homework. Before you hire a lawyer for your injury case, do yours. Visit forthepeople.com and see our settlements and verdicts for cases like yours. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. When you hire the wrong firm, you may be beat before you start. All law firms are not the same. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Plus, get free home delivery with most smart beds, limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You can get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors right now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Guys, if you feel drained, if you have low energy, brain fog, maybe trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Today's men have lower testosterone than ever before thanks to stress, poor diet, lifestyle. But Red Mountain Weight Loss has the solution. They offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or a tablet. We're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-strength testosterone because the truth is nothing out there can boost testosterone like actual testosterone. It helps you think clearer, sleep better, build muscle, and boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. If you have low T, you can start for free this month only at Red Mountain. Regain your energy, strength, and vitality at redmountainweightloss.com. You can go to redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain, real testosterone, real doctors, real results.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. President Trump claimed this weekend Iran's nuclear program had been obliterated. But a preliminary intelligence report on the weekend strikes estimates that it may have only been set back by a few months. ABC's chief foreign correspondent Ian Pinnell is in Tel Aviv.
We've got two sources telling ABC News it's too early to declare that the US and Israeli missions were successful. Well, the source is saying they still don't know how much enriched uranium may be moved from there in advance or how many centrifuges in the country could still start up again. And one source calling the outcome at Fordo really not good.
Attorney General Chris Mays has joined lawsuit number 19 against the Trump administration. KTAR's Balin Overstoles is live now in the news center to tell us more.
It focuses on spending cuts from the Trump administration, which has also been the subject of past lawsuits. AG Mays explains this one is different as it focuses on a separate set of canceled grants to 9 different federal agencies.
Grant programs from the EPA, the Department of Labor, and a number of other departments that are separate from those previous lawsuits.
And she says those cuts affect tens of millions of dollars earmarked for Arizona communities. Past but similar lawsuits Mays joined against the Trump administration include one focused on cuts to public health grants and another challenging the federal government ordering all agencies to pause funding to states. Live in the news center, Balin Overstoles, KTAR News.
A Phoenix man breathes new life after a groundbreaking lung transplant at the Phoenix Mayo Clinic.
Craig Schreier, a man who is battling end-stage lung disease, just became the first patient to receive a lung transplant through Mayo Clinic's new Phoenix initiative. Before the surgery, Schreier was using an oxygen mask 24/7 and struggled to speak. Now, just weeks after his May 30th surgery, he celebrated his 67th birthday, calling his new lungs the best gift ever. The Mayo Clinic program uses advanced techniques like lung perfusion to boost transplant success. Schreier credits his wife, the medical team, and his donor for his second chance at life. Patrick Ugolini, KTAR News.
We'll see how the road looks as you're heading home. Here's Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. It's not looking great in a few key places right now. Phoenix, you got a wreck on I-17 northbound at Northern, slowing things down there, and a crash blocking the center lanes on the 60 eastbound near McClintock. There's a wreck with a motorcycle at Grand Avenue and Osborne, and then Chandler's got a lot going on. We've got a crash blocking the left lanes on the 202 Santan eastbound near the 87. That's in the center lane. They're still clearing that one. And then the 101 southbound Price Freeway, where it crosses over the 202, becomes Price Road. That is a little bit slow there for some reason. It's not clear to me, but just allow some extra time. If your home is in Chandler and you're trying to get there, it's going to take a little longer. Traffic is brought to you by the Beatitudes Campus. Our summer of super savings is on. Your parents can save big and enjoy a senior community like no other. Schedule your tour at beatitudescampus.org. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Clear skies and a low tonight of 78, 105 for the high tomorrow and 107 on Thursday. Right now in Queen Creek, it is 100 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
LaDonna Harvey here. We're talking with a former Homeland Security official specializing in counterterrorism. John Cohen joins us to talk about sleeper cells and other fallout from the attack on Iran tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News.
What did Becky Lynn say the temperature was?
It's 100 degrees.
In Queen Creek, it's 100. It's not bad.
Not bad? Are you kidding me? This is the most mild June I've ever seen in my time in Arizona since 1996.
At the beginning of the month. Yeah. Can I also say that I would like somebody doing a study on why these kids are still wearing hoodies in this weather. I need to know.
Okay.
I don't understand it. I don't understand
No one does. It's a phenomenon.
So, Gatos, we have been on top of.
Let me preface something.
Excuse me.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take you to the single most dangerous city in America, Gilbert. Go ahead.
Needless to say, the Gilbert Goons, the story, the death of Preston Lord, the assaults on others. We have court cases moving forward, murder charges, etc. Has really put a spotlight on Gilbert and youth violence, teen violence. And you would think that the city of Gilbert and law enforcement would be maybe a little more attuned to it than any other place in the valley, right? Maybe not. Maybe not, because after the Gilbert Goons, now Apparently, there's the Morrison Ranch Marauders. That cannot be their name.
Goodness gracious.
Seriously? This goes all the way back to, remember when that barn dominium might be a nice way to put it. There were some kids up in the barn, and some boys showed up. The girls were in there. And
they burned it down.
They literally lit the darn thing on fire.
Right, and we interviewed the mother.
Talking about how terrifying that is.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
But besides the destruction, I mean, the fact that there were a bunch of teenagers inside there when it was lit on fire, this is all kind of part of this, and it turns out that ain't the only thing they did.
No, I mean, this has been going on for years. We've got teens that have been accused of bullying, intimidation, harmful acts, mock executions,
sexual bullying, reckless driving, trespassing.
Yeah. And I'll just say this. Gilbert police knew about it. Again.
Yes.
This is
because
again
there are police records that show they were aware of this. Over a dozen different cases involving this kind of group of teenage boys.
It's what I've said for years. Gilbert Police Chief Michael Solberg is crap. He doesn't care. He lets teens run wild in Gilbert. He's done nothing to make you safe. He is such garbage at his job. I don't know him personally. And to be honest, I don't care to know him personally. All I know is he doesn't know what the hell he's doing. And he's still there. And I don't get it.
It seems that
the worst police chief, Bruce, we have ever had in Arizona history. I'm telling you right now, he's the worst.
It goes back to the death of Preston Lord. It seems that the reaction anytime there's a question as to what's going on, especially with youth in Gilbert, the police department's reaction is, there's nothing to see here. The Jedi mind trick. These aren't the droids you're looking for.
No. It comes from the top. It comes from the top. And they don't care what teenagers do. They don't care if they kill a kid. They don't care if someone burns a barn down. They don't care if kids are doing, mock executions. They don't care.
There are videos, again, stop me if you've heard this before, of these kids, teenagers, videoing themselves committing some of these crimes, committing assaults, threatening people.
Yeah.
There's evidence. It exists.
Of course there is.
Just like there was evidence of the goons jumping people prior to Preston Lord. Remember the In-N-Out Burger attacking people in the parking lot, things like that.
Over and over and over and over again. I told you, it's to the point where it's just a cover-up. Because I don't think you could be that bad at your job. And I don't know why you would cover it up.
Yeah, it's weird. Again, for me, it's just weird that they would not be transparent about this. It strikes me that, in my mind, the city of Gilbert is still trying to portray itself as something wholesome, all-American city. We don't have any problems here. So anytime there's an actual problem, they try to wallpaper over it.
They don't crack down on gangs. They don't crack down on teen violence. Maybe they make an arrest here or there, but they turned a blind eye to the goons who kept just assaulting teens and
until they
sharing the videos on social media until Preston Lord was kicked and beaten to death. Yeah. I mean, honestly, if you're Michael Solberg, I don't know how you sleep at night. I don't know how you sleep at night. You're a disaster in life. I don't know how you sleep in life. I don't know how you sleep at night.
Yeah. Well, we're going to keep an eye on this again as this continues, and sincerely hope that that more people aren't terrorized and or hurt or killed, for God's sakes.
Can we go from something so awful like this to something, because I'm going to burst
here. Yes, I know.
To something that...
Let's switch gears.
We can help. Like something we can do for the community.
Yes.
Gilbert doesn't want to do nothing for the community. We can do something for the community.
You can help feed kids. Needy kids,
right.
Deserving kids, innocent kids whose only crime is they're hungry. they don't have enough food to eat.
Yeah.
St. Mary's Food Bank is the one that's helping. We are outspoken against hunger, and we are in it. It's the push to 500,000 meals, and we are so close to providing 500,000 meals right here in the Valley. It's not going anywhere else. Right here in the Valley, especially and focused on these kids who are missing out on breakfast and lunch that they normally would have gotten at school.
So between their two main locations, Phoenix and Surprise, over 1,700 families went home with a grocery cart today, filled with a week's worth of food. That's every day. There'll be another 1,700 families tomorrow.
Yeah.
So we can do something good. We can do something positive. We can see an issue and a problem, and we can make it better. And we're asking you to text the word food to 620-620. We are really close to getting 500,000 meals delivered to St. Mary's Food Bank. So right now, we want to ask you to give $100. Now, again, you do what you can. We've got people that are giving $10, which, by the way, brings a tear to my eye because that is a lot of money.
I know that
for
means
people.
Something to them.
That's a lot of money.
Absolutely.
Right. If we get 10 people in the next maybe 5-6 minutes to give $100, we get that much closer to 500,000 meals. Wow. We like to take care of Arizona. We like to see a problem, and we can't fix it ourselves.
Right.
But with your help, we can.
Please.
So we need 10 people. Text the word food to 620-620. We are getting really close. I'm watching the numbers. So, and you can leave us a message, by the way, when you go and you do this.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. When you do make your donation, and thank you in advance for doing it, you can leave a message. It can be in honor of somebody. It can be the thing that moved you to it. If you have a business and you want to donate in the name of your business, we'll give you a shout out.
Mm-hmm.
All right?
I was just told 5,800 kids were fed breakfast or lunch today.
Today.
Another 5,800 tomorrow or more.
Yeah. Yeah, we're not talking about, dozens. No, we're talking about thousands.
Text the word food to 620-620. Help us get to that 500,000
please
meals that we can send to St. Mary's. Only doing it the rest of this week.
Yeah.
All right.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Again, food to 620-620. Help us. Help the kids. Well, we just talked about the fact that it's actually not too bad here, right? But record heat across a lot of the country.
I'm kind of chilly.
But is it hotter than when you were as a kid, or do we just remember things differently? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Celebrate the red, white, and beautiful during the July 4th sale at Scandinavian Designs Furniture. Take up to 50% off an assortment of styles for your whole home. Shop early for the best deals. Stop by our Phoenix or Glendale showrooms today, or shop online at ScandinavianDesigns.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500 plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
They are redefining private label with Natural Grocers brand products. Quality isn't just a word to me. It's in every detail. Their house brand only brings you top-of-the-line products, whether it is the richest organic olive oil straight from Spain or exquisite chocolate truffles straight out of France. Natural Grocers brand gives your budget a break and your taste buds a surprise. Experience premium quality at always affordable price with Natural Grocers brand products. Find your store at naturalgrocers.com.
Do you feel strapped financially? Credit card debt growing, car payments looming, and 25 years of mortgage payments left? Then the Life Changer loan may be the answer you're looking for. 5 years is the average time it takes our clients to not only pay off their home, but all of their debt. With an A-plus rating on the Better Business Bureau and nothing but 5-star reviews on Google, maybe you should check out what all the buzz is about. It's not magic, it's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Are you tired of that clunky, outdated AC unit leaving you sweating through the summer? Because, hey, that was us at Casa Galvisi before one of the best decisions we ever made as homeowners. We got new AC with day and night air conditioning, heating, and plumbing. And now you can say see you to that clunker and hello to cold hard cash with Cash for Clunkers for a limited time. Day and Night Air is offering $3,000 off a brand new energy-efficient AC system when you upgrade from your old clunker AC. Terms and conditions apply. Visit dayandnightair.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:45. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. We know what to expect for a summer here in the Valley, but nearly 40 U.S. cities broke record highs yesterday. Much of the country is broiling under a heat dome, which is even worse in the east thanks to the humidity. The temperature in New York City at Kennedy International Airport today hit 100. It was 102 in Boston. And meanwhile, here in the Valley, there's been an uptick in heat-related pet deaths here this summer.
The majority of these pets are actually dying in their own backyards or in a patio.
Jan Armbruster with the Arizona Humane Society says it's illegal to tether your pet outside when it's 100 degrees or hotter. She says keep pets indoors as much as you can when temps are in the triple digits, and don't leave them in hot cars either. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get you home now. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. Chandler remains the hot spot right now, and here's why. They have not yet cleared that wreck, and that is blocking the left lanes on the 202 Santan eastbound and near State Route 87. So the wreck is in the HOV lane, and they're blocking off the first lane after that too. So if you're going through that area, take a little extra time and merge to the right. Now the second hot spot in the Valley right now is in Phoenix on the I-17 northbound. There's a wreck at Northern in the center lane, and that traffic there is down to one lane. It's very slow from Northern all the way back down to the 10. So traffic brought to you by Arizona Business One Stop. Skip the lines with Arizona Business One Stop, a free online tool to plan, start, and run your business in one easy-to-use place. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
All right, so Howard Air was over at the house today. I got my AC, got the checkup. You have to get your AC and heating system checked twice a year. Now, I didn't do the right thing this year. I should have done it before summer. I didn't do that. But the next best thing is, well, call Howard Air and be proactive and get, a possible repair on your unit done really, before, things go bad. So Howard Air was at my house. They were in the attic. They were outside at the AC. I am ready to go. I am ready to go for the rest of summer. I don't have to worry about a breakdown. I don't have to worry about, oh my goodness, it's Saturday and something has happened and there's not cold air coming out. I don't have to worry about that. Some of you still have to worry about it. You still haven't had a Howard Air come out. It's definitely not too late. It's definitely not too late. Get on their schedule. Howard Air and Plumbing, 602-953-2766. They've been doing great business here in the Valley since 1977. No one better than Howard Air and Plumbing.
When you pass away, your home and other assets could go one of two places: to the people you love or to probate court, where the government decides who gets what. Even a will won't keep your estate out of probate. But with a living trust from RJP Estate Planning, your estate could skip probate entirely. So your home, your savings, and other assets go straight to your loved ones. Without a trust, your estate could be tied up in probate court for months or even years. And your loved ones could lose a big chunk of their inheritance just to pay legal fees. Now's your chance to protect them. If you're 60 or older, you can save 65% on a living trust with RJP, trusted by over 40,000 Arizona families since 1995.
Call 480-896-9597 for your 65% savings. Call by June 26th. That's 480-896-9597. 480-896-9597.
Hey, it's Joe Huizenga. Do we have a budget standoff down at the Arizona legislature? We'll bring you the latest tomorrow at 2 on the next Chris and Joe Show.
I got to read this, dude.
There's reading involved.
No, I got to read this.
Okay.
So we're outspoken against hunger.
Yes.
We're trying to raise money for St. Mary's Food Bank. It's the push to 500,000 meals. We're getting close. And we've asked you to text the word food to 620. Give what you can.
Yeah.
We're asking, can you give $100?
Okay.
Because if we get 10 people this hour to give $100, we get super close to our goal.
Way ahead, yeah.
Listen to this note that was left.
Okay.
$100. I was one of those kids who didn't eat during the summer.
Oof.
Happy to be an adult in a position to pay it forward. Thank you to the people who fed me 40 years ago.
I got to tell you, it's hunger makes it hard to do anything else, right?
Yeah, all you do is think about eating.
If you aren't getting meals, everything else kind of comes second to that. And we kind of have a responsibility as, what do you want to say, decent people?
I think so.
Help feed the kids. So again, you can text the word food to 620. You can leave a message.
Mm-hmm.
You can leave it when you text. You can leave it when you fill out and donate. And again, if you're a business, we'd love to give you a shout out and let people know that your business is supporting it.
We asked for 10 people to give 100 each. We're at 6 people. Need 4 more in 9 minutes.
We're getting close.
Text the word food to 620.
It's cold here. I mean, if you're new to the valley, maybe this is your first summer.
I'm trying to find a place that's a little warmer.
Yeah, this is not normal.
It's not.
And if you came here from New York or Pennsylvania, I was in Pennsylvania over the weekend. Oh my God, they were freaking out. Gato's, I kid you not. I was sitting outside having lunch somewhere in Pennsylvania. Don't ask me where.
Right.
It's all the middle of nowhere as far as I can tell. And I pulled it up because I was curious how warm it was. It said 88 degrees. And underneath it, and they had that little red thing, it said extreme heat warning. 88? Now they're hitting 100 degrees along the East Coast and in the and somewhere in the Mideast there.
My dad texted me today
from
the mean streets of the New York, New Jersey area.
Okay.
He told me it was 100 degrees.
Wow. Now, that's not normal for them.
With humidity.
See, and that's the big... I will grant you a little bit of this. Humidity sucks. Does anybody like humidity?
Where's the most humid place you've ever been?
It's good for your skin.
Florida.
But that's about it.
I went to Jamaica in August.
Oh, for God's sakes, why would you do that?
I don't know, but I must tell you.
Yeah.
I was dry in my hotel room, and as soon as I walked out, sweaty mess.
And can I tell you the part I hate the most about humidity? When your socks get wet. And then they just, they never dry out.
You have sweaty feet normally?
You have sweaty... No, I never have sweaty feet.
Oh, okay. I was going to say.
But when I get in humidity, I'm like, oh, God, my socks are wet.
Oh, geez.
Oh, the worst is when your hair frizzes. Are you kidding me?
Well, actually, that's a good look for me.
By the way, New Orleans. That's
New Orleans.
really... That's
in the summer?
Because it's on the water, for goodness sakes.
Oh, my gosh, it's awful.
I told you guys global warming was BS.
Oh, here we go.
100 degrees in Arizona in June. You got to be kidding
the problem is it's 100 degrees in Hoboken also.
Hey, listen,
Arizona.
I got to tell you something. Listen, I looked at the 10-day and forecast.
Yeah.
4th of July weekend.
It'll get hot.
About 103 to 104 degrees.
That's not bad.
Oh, my gosh.
For
I thought it was going to...
4th of July.
Yeah.
Now, between then and there, we're going to hit 114.
Don't ruin it.
But then it's going to go back down again.
Yeah, and the monsoon is not here yet.
No. Well...
So are we talking about one of the most mild summers in the history of Arizona?
Oh, I hope so.
Wow.
Let's not argue if it happens.
No.
Amazing.
Because last year was miserable.
Yeah. We had that record of days over 100, days over 110, days over God knows what. All right. Well, we shall find out. The rest of the country, though, they're sweltering.
It's 100 degrees in Arizona today. That's the biggest win I could ever think of having. And in June, which is normally the hottest month.
Yeah.
And we get the hottest single temperatures.
And then remember we had the huge rainstorm also? We set a record for rain in one day.
One day.
We set the monthly record.
June has been awesome.
June has been something else. I'm sorry, did the Iranian nuclear program survive? We had a chance to talk to our military analyst, retired Army Major Mike Lyons. We asked him some questions about this. We want to give you some of the answers that we learned. It's coming up next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, we're in the midst of a little bit of a rebuild, right? And part of that rebuild at the house is going to involve the Arizona Painting Company. I've hired them again. Why wouldn't I? They're the best. So here's the deal. They're going to come in and paint the whole inside of the house. Everything you can ever think of. I'll run it down for you. They're going to do the ceilings. They're going to do the walls. They're going to do the closets. They're going to do the baseboards. They're also going to do some cabinets. Do you have some ugly cabinets? Because they can make them beautiful. What I'm trying to tell you is hire the Arizona Painting Company to paint the interior of your house this summer. A lot of you say, I don't know, I got kids home. They're experienced at working with the kids at home. They work around the clutter. They paint your house in sections. You can keep the kids at home, or you could take them to lunch. You go to the water park, do what you want. But the Arizona Painting Company, skilled professionals, they make it easy, and they know how to paint your house in the middle of summer when the kids are home. So text the word paint to 620-620, and I will send you some info about the best, the Arizona Painting Company.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource Water. Arizona's desert water is some of the harshest in the country. It's tough on your skin, your hair, and your home. Some people turn to old-fashioned softeners, but there's a better way. With LifeSource, you get clean, conditioned, and healthy water from every tap without salt. It's our summer sale. Save up to $1,000 when we pay your sales tax. Hurry, offer ends July 4th. Call our factory at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
Warranty limitations apply.
Are you ready to buy your dream home? Well, before you start packing, there's one crucial step. Get pre-qualified. Getting pre-qualified is like your VIP ticket to the housing market, speeding up the entire process. We do more than just crunch numbers. We analyze your financial situation and fully underwrite your pre-approval. So there's no last-minute surprises. Don't miss out on your dream home because you chose the wrong mortgage partner. Get your free pre-qualification today within 24 hours. Go to lundmortgage.com.
Here's a definition of a win-win situation. Getting your windshield repaired or replaced and getting a guarantee of up to $375 cash back in your pocket. Time for you to check out New Vision Auto Glass. See clearly, drive safely. See what I did there? Give them a call at 480-210-9090 or go to newvisionautoglass.com to see what kind of incentives and cash back you qualify for. Look, the valley heat, potholes, flying rocks, it's only a matter of time until your windshield gets cracked or chipped. So why not get the experts to come to you? Repair or replace your windshield, give you instant cash back of up to $375 and give you dinner from Radisho Grill. Wait, hold up. 30 seconds, $375, new windshield, dinner. You know what? I was wrong. It's not a win-win situation. It's a win-win-win-win. And it all starts with calling 480-210-9090 or going to newvisionautoglass.com, taking 30 seconds to fill out a form to get cash in your pocket, repair or replace your windshield, dinner at Rodizio Grill, and peace of mind. To me, the choice is clear. New Vision Auto Glass, proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, I'm Faye Fredericks. When you want to know what's really happening in Arizona, join Javier Soto and me. We bring the stories that truly impact your life, getting you the answers you deserve. Weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR News now.
Good evening. It is 6 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. A contradiction over the level of success on Saturday night strikes on 3 of Iran's nuclear facilities. While President Trump uses the word obliterated, an early report doesn't quite go that far. Here's ABC's chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce.
Iran will never rebuild its...
President Trump insists the U.S. strikes on Iran obliterated its nuclear program. But tonight, sources tell us a preliminary Pentagon report indicates at least 2 of the Iranian nuclear facilities targeted were not completely destroyed, and that Iran's program was only set back a few months.
She'll continue to wait for answers, so says Arizona Congresswoman Yasamin Ansari, after the Trump administration postponed a briefing for members of Congress on the U.S. strikes against Iran's nuclear program. Ansari tells CNN she's heard a very loud and clear message.
My constituents don't want to see the United States take military action like this when it's not our conflict or our wars.
Ansari, who is Iranian American, says she hopes the ceasefire between Israel and Iran will hold. A game of chicken at the Arizona legislature over the 2026 budget. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the news center with an update.
The state house is refusing to take up the budget passed in the Senate last week, opting to pass a continuation budget instead. In committee, Appropriations Chair David Livingston urged members to pass the continuation budget now, and they could reconvene in a special session later this summer to fully fund other priorities.
Maybe we have an education special session, and we come back for education, which would include universities, K-12.
The government will shut down on June 30th without a final budget, and the Senate has already adjourned for the summer. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
The Arizona House has approved a more than $1 billion measure to improve Chase Field. Vince Marotta, host of the Bickley and Marotta Show on Arizona Sports, says this deal secures the team in Phoenix.
It seemed a little bit perilous because of what we've seen around Major League Baseball as well. You know, the A's relocating after 20 years of battling for a new stadium. They broke ground on a new place in Vegas today. I think it was certainly headed in that direction. I can't say it was perilously close.
The stadium's lease expires at the end of the season in 2027. This legislation now will go to Governor Katie Hobbs' desk, and in a statement, the governor says is a huge win for every Arizonan. You can read the details of the deal on arizonasports.com. And the D-backs president and CEO Derek Hall calls the passage of the bill a monumental victory for baseball and Diamondbacks fans when Governor Hobbs does sign it. Hall says now the team can shift its focus to a lease extension negotiation with the county. Turning to Wall Street today, the Dow jumped 507 points, closing out the day at 43,089. The S&P up by 67. The NASDAQ rose 281. If you need more money news, we've got it for you at the Business Center. Just go to KTAR.com. And now let's get you home. Checking on the roads for us, Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. I have some good news for you where the northbound I-17 is concerned. Those lanes are open again. There's still a little bit of clearing going on with a wreck on the right shoulder there at Northern. It's not as bad as it was, though. The real story is still stuck in Chandler. A crash blocking the left lanes on the 202 Santan eastbound near State Route 87. That is still there in the center lane. It's taken them quite a while, actually, to clear that one. So just allow a little extra time. That's the worst spot in the valley right now. Traffic brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. Refractive Lens Exchange. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Register for K2 Vision RLE's free live webinar this Thursday at noon. K2VisionRLE.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
It's a very mild week for a summer in the valley. Enjoy it. 78 overnight with the low, 105 tomorrow, 107 Thursday. 109 on Friday. I don't see 110 in the forecast until maybe the first of next week, and it should cool off again just a little bit. Right now in Phoenix, it's 100 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You are getting on my last nerve.
Speaking up for Arizona.
You've been on my last nerve for the last 3 hours.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Final. It's the last hour of the show.
No, a lot of people call it the best hour of the show, Gatos.
All right. Well, we got to talk about the Iranian nuclear program that may not have been obliterated.
Yeah. We wanted to go to somebody that, well, quite honestly, smarter than both of us combined. We talked a little bit earlier to Mike Lyons. He is our military analyst, a retired Army major. We're lucky to even get a few minutes of his time. He's absolutely everywhere right now. And we wanted to get his thoughts on the breaking news.
Yeah. The breaking news is that we did not completely obliterate their nuclear program. He saw the reports, and we asked Mike, what do you think?
You know what? I still don't believe the battle damage assessment is totally complete. I'm not sure what their sources are. I think only they have satellite photos to look at. There's still human intelligence. Someone needs to go on the ground and take a look to see what's going on there. So it's hard for me to say. When you read the sources, they're anonymous. This administration, the Trump administration, still has enemies within, I think, unfortunately. But not saying it's a conspiracy theory, but it's pretty hard to think that the amount of ordnance that got dropped on that it wasn't significantly set back. So the term obliterated means completely destroyed. I'm not sure it was that choice of words wasn't maybe right. Mm-hmm. But it's clearly been delayed more than just a few months too. I mean, I just don't get that. I mean, if they were years away from a bomb, now all of a sudden they're a couple of months away from a bomb after getting bombed. That doesn't make me either.
So if we didn't destroy them completely, how big of an embarrassment is this for Trump and the U.S.?
Well, I mean, there was never any way to destroy them completely. I think that was always the mission. I think they might have oversold that idea.
Wow.
It was always going to be difficult to take Iranian nuclear capability away just using a military solution alone, which is why they spread it out, which is why, they learned from Syria, they learned from Osirak, they learned from previous attacks that the United States made.
So this is Trump's fault for overselling it. I mean, that's
I was surprised when I just saw the ceasefire. Let's go to that. I want to, go to the lead here. But I mean, the ceasefire last night was crazy. He puts it on a tweet. He puts a ceasefire. He's got it marketed. He's got the whole thing ready. He's got the bumper
12-day war. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got it. He's got it all ready to go, ready to put it in the history books. We don't even speak to Iran, right? We don't even have a conversation with them. I don't know how we're going to go from that to having peace with them, but that remains to be seen. But so anyway, I think that he traditionally gets out in front of his skis a little bit. Now you saw the visceral reaction he had this morning when both sides weren't necessarily abiding by the ceasefire.
Mike Lyons joining us right now, retired Army major and military analyst. We see you everywhere all the time. That just goes to show the depth of your knowledge. It's great to have you on with us. I guess I saw some other reports, and again, the satellite imagery that you see of officials saying that Iran might have moved the uranium as well. There's the actual material may not have been in those facilities when they were bombed. I don't even know what you do with that. Do we know everything we need to know about their nuclear program, or is it possible they have sites or production that we're just not aware of?
Well, I have faith in the Israelis, knowing that if they did move that, they know where it is. I think Netanyahu alluded to that. This is the country that put pagers in people's pants, and we all know what happened. Yeah. So again, I have faith in the Israelis from an intel perspective. And in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if we get some human intelligence anytime soon. We send a commando raid into Fordo and some of those places to see exactly what's going on, because that's really what's going to determine the situation on the ground. So, there was reports of trucks, whether they were adding more dirt, whether they were reinforcing it. They could have been in Isfahan. They weren't necessarily in Fordo. The bottom line is, they were on their way, and that's the whole point about this operation. They were on their way. It's been delayed. The question is, the nuclear genie, again, out of the bottle. At some point, a country can develop this. It's not, you go on the internet and you can do all the steps to take uranium ore out of the ground and turn it into a nuclear bomb. The instructions are pretty clear on how to do that. I think clearly that they've been set back. The question is just how long they've been set back.
Our buddy Mike Lyons is joining us, retired Army major and military analyst. Did Netanyahu sell Trump on bombing these nuclear sites, and did he mislead the president? Because, like, if I'm Donald Trump and I'm talking to Bibi and I'm like, okay, you guys have done a lot of the hard work,
the heavy lifting,
if you will. All I got to do is drop a bunch of these bunker busters, and Bibi goes, yeah, and it's over. Do you think that Trump was misled by Netanyahu?
I don't think so. I think that, first of all, Trump wants to be a winner, and he wasn't going to enter this until he knew that was going to be the case, knew that there was virtually no risk for the U.S. airmen and some mariners that fired those T-slams from the sea into those targets. So I think that was part of it. I know for a fact inside the Pentagon and inside the military community that they were saying this is what we made this weapon system for. If we're not going to drop it here, I don't know what we're going to do with it. So this is a good example of that. I was completely head faked by the B-2s going to Guam. I thought that, once again, all of warfare is deception, and I thought that was a great move because the Iranians thought they bought themselves more time, and next thing you know, the attack comes from the east, comes from Missouri. Tell me another country in the world that can fly 36 straight hours, bomb you, and get home in time for dinner.
But you make a great point. Look at what we did, and Iran is still there. So I'm thinking, like, yesterday, Iran is on the precipice of defeat, and now it looks like they've survived the best from Israel and the best from the United States. And I bet Iran is saying that they're winning.
Right. Well, and I think the ceasefire is too soon. I think it's shaky at best. I think the Israelis are going to do what they can to continue their campaign. Right now, the last few days, their targets were Republican Guard divisions and police stations. So the bottom line is, if there's going to be regime change, the army, the military is going to control a lot of things because they have equipment, they have weapons, they have everything. So the Israelis, I think, are out in front of that and trying to wipe out those leaders now, as well as try to talk people into coming over to the other side. So I'm positive there's a campaign going on in the shadows in Iran right now, fomenting an uprising that could take place, but knowing full well that they have to make sure that they control the military equipment. Now, if they don't control the military equipment, they're going to have to figure a way to do that. They might use cyber attacks on the military equipment. They might have, fry some of the things that are on that equipment, because that's going to be a determining factor should there be some kind of revolution inside of Iran.
Again, Mike Lyons, our military analyst, retired Army major. Final question for you, Mike. In your opinion, did the strike on Iran make it more or less likely that Iran will ultimately have nuclear weapons? Do you see what I'm saying? Is this going to speed up their efforts to keep it secret, or will they come to the negotiating table?
No, less likely, but I don't believe Iran is going to negotiate. I think that the regime will change, and it will be a determining factor of the next regime whether we go down this path. The Iranians don't flip this switch. This leopard doesn't change its spots. It's hated us for 47 years. Yeah. I think, I got to ask the question today, what's the biggest impediment to peace? It's culture. I don't see all of a sudden the Iranians. I don't see that moment of, you saw Jimmy Carter and Begin and Sadat holding their hands together like this on a picture, winning the Nobel Peace Prize. And I don't see the Ayatollah and Bibi and Trump doing that. Not happening.
Fair.
So there's this huge cultural divide between us and Iran, or the Iranian leadership when we talk about the Iranian people. So I think this is a delay tactic. If I'm the Iranians right now, I say anything, do anything to get the Americans, to get the Israelis to stop bombing.
Buy time, right? Yeah.
Right. So I still think we're a ways away from any kind of real solution as to what we think the end game is going to be. But I do still believe at the end of the day, what the attack we made and what Israel has done so far has pushed out their nuclear program. Whether it's it's definitely more than months. It's likely years. It's likely in a time that this regime will never be able to do it again.
All right, that's Mike Lyons, retired Army major and military analyst. I think, Bruce, he made me feel better.
Made you feel a little better after you heard the news that maybe the military strikes weren't quite as definitive.
Yeah. I think at least he's saying it's years. And I'm going with what Mike says because he's an expert. And now, again, this is his best guess. Well, but if we just push them back a couple weeks, it's a disaster.
But a couple weeks from what? And again, I think that's the problem, is no one has been able to definitively tell us where are they, if there's a timeline on the 1 to 10 scale. Are they at a 3 or are they at a 9? I don't know.
But when intelligence says close, then you've got to do something. And so if
but they've been close for 30 years.
I don't think they've been close for 30 years.
Well, but people have been telling us they're close for 30 years, so I don't know when to believe they're actually close.
Yeah, I don't know how close they are.
Yeah.
But when they say close, okay, well, we've got to do everything we can to make sure that they don't get a nuclear weapon. We probably should have done something with North Korea to make sure that they didn't get one. Because who knows? That guy's crazy. Who knows if he wants to use it, where he'd use it, how he'd use it. And we can't get, we can't have the crazies have these nukes. So
Kim Jong-un already does.
I know.
There's crazies with nukes.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, they exist.
We allowed him to have it. My point was maybe we shouldn't have.
Yeah.
So if it's me, I take the ceasefire off the table.
Ooh.
And I go in and I start cleaning more crap out of Iran.
We'll see.
We didn't get it done.
You could certainly make an argument. Yeah, if the goal was to decimate their nuclear capability, it doesn't appear, as of right now,
doesn't appear that way.
That happened.
So why would we allow them to regroup and have a ceasefire? That makes no sense whatsoever. And it's Trump once again jumping the gun. Don't tell me it was a complete obliteration of their nuke program when you didn't know that.
Yeah.
And then 2 days later, don't call a ceasefire if you still don't know that that you bombed them out of,
obliterated.
Obliterated
was the word he used.
Right.
It contains no obliteration, apparently. We're going to keep an eye on it. And you know what? There may be new assessments. There may be new intelligence that lets us know maybe how close they actually are or how much they were degraded. But as of right now, the news coming out of the Pentagon, the leaked news, is it wasn't as successful as we thought. Check the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for you. Hey, it's the push to 500,000 meals. Are you ready? Are you ready to feed a child this summer? We're going to give you some great reasons to do so. It's coming up next. We're Outspoken here on KTAR.
All right, I want you to head over to redmountainweightloss.com. There are a lot of things that they can do for you to make you a healthier person. All right, let's talk about weight loss. GLP-1 weight loss. They can give you a personalized plan. The doctors at Red Mountain do this every day, and we're talking Wegovy and Zepbound. Now, maybe RM3 is for you. It's their signature medication. Helps you lose up to 20 pounds a month. It is a patented medication available only by prescription. You can only get it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Maybe you're guys, you're out there, right? Are you suffering from low testosterone? Well, go get checked out for it. Prescription strength testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. A lot of guys suffer from low T. Stress, poor diet, lifestyle. This thing's a game changer. It'll boost your sex drive. It'll build muscle mass, help you sleep better. Low T, start for free this month at Red Mountain if you tell them Gato sent you. RedMountainWeightLoss.com.
KTAR News Flash.
6:18. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. President Trump claimed this weekend Iran's nuclear program had been obliterated, but a preliminary intelligence report on the weekend strikes estimates it may have only been set back by a few months. ABC Chief Foreign Correspondent Ian Pinnell is in Tel Aviv.
We've got two sources telling ABC News it's too early to declare that the U.S. and Israeli missions were successful. Well, the source is saying they still don't know how much enriched uranium may be moved from there in advance or how many centrifuges in the country could still start up again. And one source calling the outcome at Fordo really not good.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. With a look at the road home now, once again, Heather Larson's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. I-17 northbound is looking a lot better. It is still slow from Thomas Road all the way up to Northern, but that crash is cleared off to the right shoulder now. Traffic now flowing again on the 17. As for Chandler, you still do have that crash in the center lane and that first lane from the left, blocking those two lanes on the 202 loop Santan eastbound near the 87. 1. They're very close to clearing that wreck, though. Very close, but it's still the slowest spot in the Valley right now. Traffic brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. Summer's a great time to get a new Toyota. Choose from best-selling models like Camry, RAV4, Tacoma, Tundra, and more. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it, Heather. Thanks for getting everybody home safe today. We are on a push to 500,000 meals. We partnered with St. Mary's Food Bank to help feed kids over the summer, kids that are missing out on meals they would have been getting at school. And we've learned, not just anecdotally, but firsthand, that some of these kids, the only meals they were getting were the meals they were getting at school. Summer comes around. 2 to 3 months of suddenly no food, suddenly no breakfast, suddenly no lunch, and for some of them, maybe no dinner. That's why we're trying to help. And you know what? We've learned some great things about St. Mary's Food Bank, not just about the work they do at their specific place right here downtown where they hand out emergency food boxes.
By the way, the Phoenix Mercury tire team, tire organization out there today, St. Mary's Food Bank, boxing up stuff.
Volunteering, doing the work.
And putting a week's worth of food in cars.
Yeah, those emergency food boxes are lifesavers for some people, right? But they also help other organizations. They help people and charities in the community that are doing outreach, that are getting in front of people. And we met some pretty amazing folks.
You got to listen to this, right? Monica and Anthony, we met them. Plus One Ministry. So what they have is a mobile soup kitchen. So here's how it works. St. Mary's provides these guys the food.
Yeah.
They cook it up. They make it awesome.
Great meals.
And they have this mobile soup kitchen. They go from place to place to place, and they feed people for free.
It's like a food truck, but it's free.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Thousands of people. So this is the one question that I think it's going to get to your heart. All right? Monica and Anthony, take a listen. Tell me a story of someone you fed that will never leave your mind.
I'll tell you about one. There's a kid that we work with right now in the community, and his name's Dylan. And the first time he came out, he kind of stood by our truck, just excited. And management was like, no, your parents got to sign up. And I said, well, the parent's not available. You know, the grandma takes care of them. They weren't available. So I said, hey, go wait by my truck. So he's super excited. So every time we go over there, this kid's waiting by my truck, waiting for food.
Chips and...
He's waiting for food.
Waiting for food. But let me tell you a little bit about his backstory. So this kid has a parent who was on drugs. She was on the street. She was sleeping in a trash can in back of the community. And the trash truck came and picked up the trash can. And unfortunately, the mom passed away.
Gosh.
The father's not around as well. I believe he's deceased as well. So he's being taken care of by the grandmother. So that's when I say our heart is inside of the community and working forward, trying to pour this love into this community, and the food just brings them out.
Monica and Anthony they're doing God's work, Plus One Ministry. And so, I mean, Dylan shows up hungry.
Yeah.
Leaves full.
Well, and you can imagine, I mean, for a kid who has lost almost everything, a child, takes some courage. They're going to be a little scared. They're going to be skeptical. They've been let down by a lot of people.
He doesn't know if he has to pay for it. He doesn't have any money.
Yeah. So he kind of just was standing in the back, just hoping to get some scraps, hoping to get something because he's hungry. And they just, what an amazing job they do of inviting people in. And again, they go out. And I thought one of the great things about them was also they are serving the community they grew up in.
That's right.
They know these people. They know some of these families. They know some of the challenges that these kids are going through. And I would argue kind of uniquely are able to talk to them and not just feed their body, but they feed their soul.
They do.
Right?
Yeah. They talk about God. They sit down and they discuss a lot of things.
They're like counselors. Mm-hmm. They offer solutions. They're a resource.
Yeah.
And they're trusted because for some of these kids, it's the only meal they're going to get.
So here's what we're looking for this hour, because we always have this quota we've got to hit.
There are quotas.
We're on the push to 500,000 meals, and we're coming towards the end of what we do this summer, right? We need 12 people to text the word food to 620-620 and give $100. Now, if you can't do 100, of course, we're going to take what you can give, and we thank you for it. But are there 12 people who heard the story about Dylan, want to give $100? Text the word food to 620-620. Do it now. We only have a few more days of this.
Yeah.
It is the push to 500,000 meals. Never thought we could get anywhere near this.
Yeah.
But we are close. 12 people, $100 each. Text the word food to 620-620. Do it for Dylan.
Yeah. And all the other kids out there.
Yeah,
who,
that are like him.
You know, they need our help and deserve it. They're not looking for free stuff. They just need let's get them fed first.
We have to feed these kids.
And then we can worry about a lot of other things.
Right.
Appreciate it. Again, food to 620-620. The number you text is 620-620, and then in the subject line, just the word food is all you need to do. Hey, coming up next, we got to check in the headlines. Don't worry, Becky Lynn will get you up to speed on everything there. And the D-backs are staying, but at what cost? We're going to talk about the bill that's now headed to the governor. Up next on Outspoken.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app, presented by Rias Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electrical.
Hey, the monsoon is on the way, and sometimes that is a bad thing for your roof. I can't tell you how many times I've talked to the great guys at America Roofing, right? That monsoon happens the next day, their phones are going off the hook. So do what I did. Get a pre-storm inspection of your roof. It's a very simple thing. You will call America Roofing at 602-960-ROOF. You'll tell them Gato sent you, and they'll say, oh, Gato sent you. Okay, great. We'll come out to your house and evaluate your roof for free. Let's just say that they find something. Aren't you going to be happy about that? Because if they didn't come out to your house, number one, if they didn't find something, number two, the number three is you're going to have a leak, and then it's going to be costly. They found a minor problem at my house, spot where water from storms just wasn't draining properly, and they fixed it. Very affordable. I don't have to worry about it now when the storms hit. AmericaRoofingCo.com. Call them, 602-960-ROOF. America Roofing, we've got you covered.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowe's.com/lowest price guarantee.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money. Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
This is Dr. Patrick Maloney with Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss. Are you frustrated with those trendy weight loss shots? Whether you've hit a plateau, can't handle the side effects, or watch the pounds creep back after stopping, there's a better way. Our exclusive 3-step protocol has helped thousands of people lose up to 10 to 15% of their body weight in just 8 weeks without expensive injections or uncomfortable side effects. Our doctor-developed program costs up to half as much and works up to twice as fast. Ready for real lasting results? Our caring team at Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss is ready to help you achieve your weight loss goals. Visit PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com now to schedule your free consultation.
With the Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss exclusive 3-step protocol, I dropped nearly 50 pounds. Jamie West here, and by restoring my metabolism, I am keeping that weight off. Schedule your free consultation today. Call 602-832-7440, 602-832-7440, or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. That's PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
The San Francisco Giants travel to Chase Field on June 30th for a 4-game series to take on the D-backs. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Nearly half of Americans will be diagnosed with cancer at some point in their lives. However, 50% of cancer cases and 50% of cancer deaths are preventable. The earlier you detect it, the better chance to take action and do something about it. At Lifeguard, they detect heart disease and hundreds of forms of cancer before it's too late. I got scanned and I have peace of mind because of it. Book your consultation with Lifeguard Imaging today, and as a first-time patient, you'll receive a free heart scan. Visit lifeguardimaging.com or call 602-483-4837 today. Lifeguard Imaging, saving lives through early detection.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
KTAR News now.
It's 6:31. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn. President Trump's use of the word obliterated under question now after an early report disputes the accuracy of his claim concerning the Iran missile strikes. Here's ABC's chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce.
Sources tell us the Pentagon's early intelligence indicates Iran's centrifuges also remain intact. And though the bombing sealed off the entrances to 2 of the nation's nuclear facilities, they did not destroy their underground structures.
This is the 19th time we've had to do this to protect our Constitution and the rule of law.
Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays joining another lawsuit against the Trump administration. KTAR's Ballon Overstolz is live in the news center to tell us more.
Yeah, Becky, this lawsuit focuses on spending cuts by the Trump administration. Chris Mays says recent cuts, including to grants for the Arizona Department of Economic Security, were done through a provision in the law that the admin is not using correctly. She explains.
Congress already made the decision to fund these grant programs, and then the president came in and unilaterally overturned that decision. So this is also another lawsuit that's based on the separation of powers.
And core to the lawsuit is a legal provision that allows federal agencies to cancel grants based on their priorities, but Mays says that does not apply to already approved funds. And she adds this has impacted millions of dollars in Arizona and billions nationally. Live in the news center, Ballon Overstolz, KTAR News.
A California landscaper was seen running from a group of masked men who beat him on a Santa Ana street and then threw him into a van before they took off. He tried to fight them off with a weed whacker. It was all caught on camera. Those alleged attackers were ICE agents, and that man is in a detention center. The family of Narcisco Barranco insists he had no idea who those men were. Here's ABC's Trevor Ault.
Barranco's the father of 3 U.S. Marines, heard screaming and crying, resisting as they take him into a van. His son Alejandro, a Marine veteran.
He saw these individuals come up with masks, civilian clothes with guns out. I'm pretty sure he got scared.
Calling his dad's detention frustrating and inhumane.
I just wish I could have been there to help him.
In a statement, DHS says the agents took appropriate action and followed their training to use the minimum amount of force necessary to resolve the situation.
In sports tonight, the Arizona Diamondbacks are looking to make it 2 in a row over the White Sox in Chicago after yesterday's big 1-0 win. A little slow going tonight, though. Top of the 7th, and the Diamondbacks just now up 2-1. You can catch all the action on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. D-backs are going to be without star outfielder Corbin Carroll for a while. He suffered a broken wrist during yesterday's win. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. With another check on traffic now, Heather Larson is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got a wreck at 31st Avenue and Grand, just a little slow in that area, and there's still that crash being cleared in Chandler. It's blocking the left lanes of the 202 Santan eastbound near State Route 87. Again, that's in the center 2 lanes. They are very close to clearing that wreck, but it is still there. So just know that you got to have a little extra time to get home if you're heading home through Chandler and to Queen Creek. And it's surprise, we've got a wreck reported at Bell and Bullard Roads, so allow some extra time there as well. Traffic brought to you by New Vision Auto Glass. Tired of looking through a cracked windshield? Get it replaced with New Vision Auto Glass and get up to $375 cash back. It's easy. They'll come to you. NewVisionAutoGlass.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Overnight, about 78 for our low. Tomorrow's high, 105. We briefly hit 105 today and then quickly started backing off. 107 by Thursday. Right now in Surprise, it's 99 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp. While Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton never actually said he was against President Trump bombing Iran, he said he had serious questions about it. So, on the next Arizona's Morning News, we'll ask the congressman if his questions got answered.
All righty. Hey, we have been working hard to raise money for St. Mary's Food Bank so we can feed kids over the summer. In Gatos, we've encouraged people not only to donate, and thank you to every single one that has. I see all the texts coming in. But if there's a message or if there's something you'd like people to know, or maybe you're a business, we wanted to give you some shout outs.
Kim gave $400.
Whoa.
Victory Lane Sports Park. I played softball out there.
Oh, really? It's a softball complex?
It's awesome.
Victory Lane
Sports Park.
I've heard a lot of people say it's the best one.
I played some tournaments out there.
Okay.
Actually,
what'd you bet when you were there?
I went 0 for 4.
You went 0 for. Okay.
Let me see.
wasn't because of their facilities, needless to say.
Moisey, from your friends at Gold Scissors Barbershop.
Oh,
fantastic!
Thank you.
And so we're asking, if you got $50, if you got $100, if you want to get a tax credit and you're single, $495. You get $495, you get it all back. If you're filing jointly, you're a couple, and you put $987 in, you get it all back. And so they're great ways to donate to St. Mary's Food Bank. All you have to do is text the word food to 620. It's the push for 500,000 meals.
Yeah.
And this week is it.
Is it?
Text the word food to 620.
Please.
620.
And we'll give you a shout out.
Yeah, absolutely.
There you go.
And I didn't go 0 for 4.
Of course not.
I never made an out.
You are. Okay, now
I have never.
We went too far the other direction. Now we were doing all right there for a little bit. Off the rails. So speaking of Ophir, the Arizona Diamondbacks appear to be just one Governor Hobbs signature away from staying at the Jiffy Pop or whatever no, that's not that's the football one. Bank One Ballpark.
Yeah. No, it's not.
It's still not the Bank One Ballpark.
No, it is not.
Okay. The bill has passed both houses of the legislature here in Arizona, and now just requires her signature that will make it law that tax revenue will be given back to the Diamondbacks to pay for stadium repairs. Is that a nice way to put it?
What is it? They're going to receive like $500 million in taxpayer funds for Chase Field renovation.
It could be up to $1 billion.
Okay. Well, I mean, you have to look at what would happen if they left. What do you do with Chase Field? What do you do without 82 games in downtown Phoenix? What would you know what's I'll say this too. When I first got out here, and you know this too. Downtown was the worst downtown.
Oh, you could shoot a cannon off, not anybody.
So bad.
Yeah.
Like, you go to downtown and just fill in the city. It's always pretty decent. You went to downtown Phoenix and there was nothing there. Building the stadium there in the mid to late 90s My gosh, there's so many cool bars in downtown Phoenix now. Great restaurants. There were hotels, but there are even more now.
My bigger problem, again, it's a fundamental issue.
You don't like baseball. I know.
Well, that goes without saying. But to be consistent, I voted against football stadiums also. Taxpayer dollars, which should be going to the public good. Taxpayer dollars should be used for the public good. Libraries, paved roads, things we could all use are going to sports stadiums that are not accessible to the public. So we're using money that taxpayer dollars that should go to the public good, and they are going to a private organization. That's a fundamental issue I have.
That hires thousands of people, that brings in millions of dollars. When they went to I have to look this up because I forgot. Mm-hmm. When they went to the World Series, there were millions and millions of dollars came in to Phoenix.
Yeah, but you're assuming that there would be no other economic activity. You're assuming that money that we're going to give back to the Diamondbacks, $500 million to $1 billion, depending on kind of how the math is done, wouldn't be used to benefit in some way, shape, or form. That wouldn't be used to increase the tax base. Again, you can't assume that they would just light that money on fire and it would do nothing. You see what I'm saying?
I think the concern that a lot of people have is they've got an owner who's a billionaire. And,
many times over.
Right. And how does it look that, okay, they're using taxpayer money to fund the stadium? Why doesn't he just buy it? And so I laugh.
Build his own.
I laugh at that. He doesn't have to.
Right, because he can hold Phoenix's head underwater.
But it's not in the deal. It was never in the deal.
Yeah.
He got a good deal. And
yeah, but I didn't get a good deal. I'm a taxpayer. I didn't get a good deal.
Let me ask you a question. If someone wants to sell you a home where the roof kind of is okay and
don't buy the house.
Maybe the AC is and it needs some repairs and all that, and would you buy it? That's what I always. Everyone's saying, why doesn't Ken Kendrick buy the stadium? Why would I buy it? I don't need to buy it.
You're going to give me money.
It's not mine.
I don't need to buy it. You're going to give me money because you're too afraid to let me go.
Exactly.
That's the wrong way to negotiate with them.
I think it is the only solution.
Tampa Bay's looking for a new stadium.
No, they're not.
They are.
Not here.
Well, I'm just saying we have a stadium.
What would the economic outlook of Phoenix be if the Diamondbacks weren't here?
I don't think it's as dire as you say it is.
I think it's pretty dire.
Really?
I do. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I don't think that listen, if you want to make the argument, I just love baseball and we're not a real city if we don't have a baseball team. Okay, make that argument.
I don't like that
But
argument.
there's plenty of evidence out there from economists, by the way, I'm led to believe are smarter people than I, that say the money that we put into stadiums all over the country is not a good return on investment. There's better places that taxpayer dollars could be spent that benefit the public.
I think the Diamondbacks benefit the public a lot, certainly in donations, millions and millions of dollars, building places for kids to play ball. It goes without saying that, how much money they infuse into this state. So Governor Hobbs is going to sign it. She told us that. It's going to happen. I don't know when she's going to sign it. When do we have her on next week?
We have her on next week. I'm pretty sure she'll have signed it by then.
Well, Governor, I'm sure you're listening. Wait until you come on next week so we've got something good to talk about.
Well, you could sign it in front of us.
I would like to see that.
See, I was going to say that.
That's pretty good.
Because then I can make one final argument for her not to do it.
Don't you dare. All right. Don't you dare.
One final argument. Can I argue on behalf of the taxpayers?
All right. Coming up next, we're going to take you out to the most dangerous city in America, Gilbert. Guess what? They blew it again.
Ugh.
When it comes to teen violence. Wow, what a shock. Next.
Hey, let me talk to you about my friends at Life Changer Loan and the things that I've learned from real people, real folks who listen to the radio and have reached out to Life Changer Loan. How about this? 71-year-old retired guy looking buying a home in Sun City, okay? It's about $310,000. He's putting 20% down. Of course, on a bit of a fixed income, right? Now, he was planning on getting a traditional loan for about $250,000, somewhere in the sevens, right? Well, he wanted to see if a Life Changer loan would work for him. So guess what? Here's the deal. Are you ready for this? I hope you're sitting down for it. With a Life Changer loan, he's going to be able to pay that house off in just under 2 years, and he will save himself over $350,000 in interest compared to a traditional 30-year loan. You're saying, how is that even possible? How's that a thing? It's a Life Changer loan, and people are doing it all over the valley. A guy down the street that just picked about that house, he could be doing it too. And you need to learn about it. You got good credit, you're good with money, reach out to Life Changer Loan. Online, it's lifechangerloan.com. Lifechangerloan.com. It's not magic, it's just math.
Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SALE now. Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SALE now.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com, and I want to buy your house. If you're considering selling your home for any reason, do yourself a favor and let us show you how we can give you more. With no agent fees, no commissions, no repairs, and no showings, you can get a straightforward cash deal that you can close on in as little as 3 days. Other buyers may try to make you an offer without ever seeing your home. They may try to lower that offer or even cancel the deal after inspecting it. I will never do that. Our team will come out to your house and make you a fair as-is cash offer on the spot and will never cancel after the deal is signed for any reason. That's the Doug Hopkins difference. See for yourself why more people trust the Doug Hopkins team. Visit us today at DougHopkins.com or
call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SALE now. Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SALE now.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You can get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors right now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Guys, if you feel drained, if you have low energy, brain fog, maybe trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Today's men have lower testosterone than ever before thanks to stress, poor diet, lifestyle. But Red Mountain Weight Loss has the solution. They offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or a tablet. We're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-strength testosterone because the truth is nothing out there can boost testosterone like actual testosterone. It helps you think clearer, sleep better, build muscle, and boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. If you have low T, you can start for free this month only at Red Mountain. Regain your energy, strength, and vitality at redmountainweightloss.com. You can go to redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain, real testosterone, real doctors, real results.
KTAR News Flash.
6:46. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Americans are feeling a bit uneasy about the economy.
After 5 consecutive months of decline, the Conference Board's consumer confidence reading rose in May. But the rising optimism didn't last. Both the Present Situation Index and the Expectations Index fell back in June. Conference Board analysts say the numbers suggest that consumers still anticipate a recession later this year.
ABC's Jim Ryan. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Let's get another look at the road home tonight. Here's Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Valley freeways are looking good, all except in Chandler. Talking about that wreck that's been blocking the left lanes for nearly 2 hours on the 202 eastbound Santan freeway near the 87. That wreck is still in the final clearing stages, and it's a stubborn one to clear. So we'll check again in just a few minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
It's Gatos. You ever put your hand next to your window, maybe in the bedroom or the living room, and you feel the Arizona heat? The heat is coming from the outside to the inside of your home because you've got bad windows. It's time to upgrade your home with Arizona's premier window replacement company, Advanced Window Products. New windows. You're going to be more comfortable in your home. Your home's going to look more beautiful. You want new windows? Let me give you a deal. Advanced Window Products says this: summer special, mention Gatos. You buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. You'll save on your energy bill with their custom windows. Financing available. Save now, pay later. Payments as low as $150 a month. It's the summer special from Advanced Window Products. Buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002. Check them out at advancedwindows.com.
Worried your AC won't survive another Arizona summer? Don't sweat it. Collins Comfort Masters has your back. As your local Lennox dealer, they'll pay you up to $2,500 to upgrade your old system with their AC buyback deal. Get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox system and enjoy reliable comfort all summer long. Collins is trusted by the community with over 10,000 five-star reviews. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Have you ever felt stuck, confused, dealt with unanswered calls and hidden fees? This is what it can feel like when you work with the wrong mortgage company. At Lund Mortgage, we pride ourselves on our trusted reputation and personalized service. Whether you're looking to purchase a home or consolidate debt, we are committed to your success. With over 25 years of experience, when others say no, we are always here to help. Go to lundmortgage.com to get started with a team that's built a reputation you can count on. That's lundmortgage.com.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
I invite you to go to KTAR.com, and on the right side of the page every day, I give you a new Gatos Big Q. Here we go.
Oh.
Arizona House approved a bill that would use taxpayer money to help fund renovations at Chase Field. Are you in favor of this bill? A, yes, keep the D-backs here no matter what. Hold on. Click. Or B, no, taxpayer money should not be used to make a ballpark pretty.
Click. I actually think the people are with me.
Okay.
No, 58%.
No, 64%.
The people are with me, Gatos.
Wow, I can't believe the people are with you.
Again, I have no problem with any business out there doing business in Arizona, setting up shop and doing well. Why does it have to be my taxpayer dollars that do it?
I don't like that tone because there are so many injuries for the Arizona Diamondbacks right now.
They just lost another guy.
I know. I don't think that we should...
Hit by a pitch, broke his foot.
I don't think that you should be poo-pooing this deal.
Yeah.
It's too soon.
All I'm saying is Tampa Bay is looking for a stadium. I would, I'd sit down with the Diamondbacks and go, here's the deal. If you don't like it, we're on the phone to Tampa Bay.
Bruce, we need 3 more people this hour to toss $100 towards St. Mary's Food Bank as we are outspoken against hunger. And we are the push to 500,000 meals. We're very close. It's going to probably take the next few days, but to hit our quota, we need 3 people right now.
This hour. This is 6 o'clock.
This, well, you only got 5 minutes because I'm going to go home and eat.
Well, there's 8 minutes left in the hour, but yes.
3 people. That's it. Just 3.
That's not too
Text
many.
the word food to 620. 620. Can you give $100? All right.
Gatos, what is going on in Gilbert? Have they learned nothing about, well, how the seriousness of teen violence?
They have learned nothing. And it's not really a surprise. I don't think that, and we're going to get into the story. We should do it quickly because I know we got to get out of here. They turned their head the other way when Preston Lord was beaten to death.
And they knew about the goons.
They knew about
prior.
it for years. They saw the videos. They decided not to do anything. So there's a new group out there. And well, guess what? They decided not to do anything. And why should that surprise us when Gilbert Police Chief Michael Solberg is still the police chief? He's the worst police chief I've seen in my life in Arizona. I've been here since 96.
There's been a group of teenagers that have generated tons of complaints in the Morrison Ranch neighborhood. Parents have reported property destroyed, intimidating their children, harassing businesses. And they say residents, they've called police, they filed the complaints, they did all the thing, alerted the school, and nothing has happened to stop this behavior. And it's getting worse.
Right. They burned a barn down. It's not one of the barns with
remember that.
Animals in it. It's like a bougie barn.
I call it a barn dominium.
Right. And these kids decided to burn it down with other kids inside.
Inside it at the time.
We had Mom on the day after it happened or somewhere around there, and she's like, yeah, the cops aren't doing anything. And it all starts at the top.
Yeah.
I mean, it really does. It starts at the top. Should we be surprised that they didn't learn anything from the Gilbert Goon situation? No, I'm not surprised at all because their police chief is garbage.
Well, it's frustrating to know that this problem continues. A different group this time.
Right, there'll be another one.
Some different MO, and they obviously feel emboldened to act this way, and that bad things aren't going to happen.
And again, there's probably another gang out there that they already know of. They've been keeping an eye on.
That we just haven't heard of yet.
We haven't heard of it yet, but they're just letting them run rampant.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what's happening in Gilbert, the most dangerous city in America. That's why I call it that.
Well, and I think part of the thing is they're trying to project a certain image of Gilbert around the state and around the world, and
Solberg doesn't care that
teens creating havoc doesn't fit with that image.
He doesn't care that a kid died. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. If he cared, he'd do something about it. But he doesn't care.
Thank you guys for spending a little bit of time with us today, no matter how much you did. But we appreciate all the work that goes into putting the show together. We look through the double pane bulletproof glass. We've got DJ Justin Time over there on the Wheels of Steel. We have our super producer, Jules. 2 thumbs up from her. Oh, don't forget Becky Lynn, the pride of Tennessee, delivering all that news and information. Hey, getting you home, giving you all the traffic info. That's Heather Larson. Thanks, guys.
Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Gatos, you're lucky I put up with you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9861. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-9861. That's 800-575-9861.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Capted Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. The month of June at Tombstone Tactical is incredible. Two great manufacturers are being featured, Mossberg and Maxim Defense. So whether you're looking for a shotgun, a reliable rifle, cutting-edge PDW, it doesn't matter. They've got deals to match all of your needs. Mossberg, legendary lineup, price to move. Maxim Defense, firearms on sale. If you're ready to upgrade your setup, look for the compact firepower at Tombstone Tactical, located on the southbound frontage road of the I-17 between Dunlap and Peoria, at tombstonetactical.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.